Sorry about that. So yes, I talked to the chief, the high, Justice Harrell, and yeah, you were right to be concerned. We're not going to go full guns in, plead our case on this. We want to keep everything close to the chest. So we're basically just going to meet with the undersheriff and say we like to see the following charges dismissed, and maybe go into a very little detail. Maybe say that we don't. If maybe I guess feel that the let's see here.
Yeah, we could
One moment.
maybe just kind of briefly go over what's already maybe in the report, like hey, um, there was there's no proof of bribery here. Um, you
Yeah.
know, Mr. Rickey was having a conversation with your officer, and your officer drew a gun on him. You know what I mean? Like just stuff that's already in the
Uh,
report. I think that might be a big negotiation point. Is the you know your officer drew a gun on my client. You know when there was no apparent threat, and we'd like to see you know these these charges dropped. Not because of it, but I don't know, somehow word
I don't
it.
even think
You
we
know what
should
I mean?
show. I don't know. We should show that hand. Honestly.
Or
I
maybe
mean, I
not.
don't know. Oh, it does say that it does say in the thing that they claim that said $50 not to kidnap her. So I mean, we're just gonna have to argue that he did not say that. They misunderstood him. I guess that's what we could say. They said he was not offering a bribe, and that he was actually offering his services. That was a misunderstanding by Commander Sky. Other than that, let's see here. Um, say disorderly conduct is a little excessive at having already flee and eluding and evading a law enforcement officer are basically the same charges. And he plead guilty. Oh, we can't. Yeah, no. Um, what's that? What is it?
We can only get disorderly conduct dropped.
No contest counts.
My thing with that would be
Yeah,
like
no.
we can just say, hey, he's already pled guilty to fleeing and eluding, and he's already pled no contest to evading a
Right.
law enforcement officer, which it should have only been one or the other, you know, because
Well, actually,
he he
that's
pled guilty and no contest. Can we get disorderly conduct dropped?
I actually talked to the judge about that, and that's why I reached out to Mr. Rickey. No, they could charge him with both things depending if it's two separate incidents. That's the thing I want to confirm with Mr. Rickey, though. See, let's see here. He says here in propaganda. I don't. Let me read the report one more time. I just want to confirm if they actually, they said that she pulled a gun on him and he got in his car and fled. Did they actually go after him? Because how did he get away? I mean, that's the thing. Um, because he was saying that like that could have been the fleeing and eluding, and then when the whole incident at the hospital, that could be counts as a second occurrence. When talking to the judge, um, he talked about the charges in general because he can see the docket, so he knows what he was charged with. I didn't go into details or anything like that, so he's not conflicted. But maybe they won't. Maybe the undersheriff won't recognize that. I still say, yeah, we should say that they're both basically the same thing. One's a larger charge, and he they no contest to one and no get the other, so he got charged for both. It's a one. I mean, disorderly conduct just seems like salt on the wound at this point.
Right.
Um,
I mean,
bribery
unless he
again.
did
We just say
something at the hospital to constitute disorderly conduct, but Mr. Rickey made it sound like in the cells, Commander Sky said, "Hey, I'm gonna add this charge." So I don't know if
Right.
something happened in the cells, like maybe he
Mm.
was bad mouthing her or something, and she decided to swap it on then.
This is all hearsay, though.
But the report doesn't say that, and the report doesn't, you know, clarify
No,
what
what happened?
constituted it.
What happened at the hospital, though, they put it in the release report, is that he tried to apprehend her via Commander Sky. So that's why the second he promptly got in the vehicle while Commander Sky asked him to vacate the vehicle, which he refused. Mr. then took off, and the chase pursued. So there was another chase. So I'm just trying to find it. Was there a chase to begin with? If there was only one chase and that happened at the hospital, then yeah, that's definitely stacking things. But if they actually gave chase to him at the police station or just pulled a gun at him, that's one I want to confirm with Mr. Rickey. But I've heard back from him, so I knew that was a long chance. But yeah. Sorry, I'm just trying to rethink this because it's gonna change his approach on this. Yeah, bribery, no bribery. He didn't bribe. He offered his services. That's the argument for that. We'll just keep it to that. Um, so another government employee say he did not actually assault her. Did yeah, I guess we could say that he's claiming that she punched him, and then pulled a gun on her. And then if he argues that yes, he did, I'm like, it's not in the police report, and that's how far as we go on that.
Yeah, if he struck them at that time, it should have
Why
been
is it not?
documented in the report.
Mm-hmm. And then disorderly conduct with the say, that's kind of like you're in charge of for evading a law officer, and that's all government employee. That's his little excessive. Can we just get that dropped? I think that's how we should approach it. We'll present it to him like that, see what he says. Maybe if it sounds like he's willing to, to discuss it a little further, then maybe we can go into it a little deeper, but we gotta be careful not to show all our cards, basically.
If we can get one charge dropped but not the other, do you think Mr. Rickey is gonna want to proceed with trial?
Honestly, no, two maybe. But like, yeah, I think he will. Yeah, no. I think we need to get at least two of the three down for him to consider not pushing it. But he says it's all for principle. He doesn't care about getting recompensated and lowering his fees, just like he told us he's not gonna pay him. So it's just it's a principle of the fact for him. So I feel like we'll
Yeah,
have to get for all three, but we'll definitely present it to him.
we'll do our best.
Yeah, that's all we can do. Man, I just want to really avoid going to court on this one. Um, but yeah. Um, I know I say before, yeah, no contest. It's the same as a guilty, or because if you're saying the guilty, we can ask them to change that. You pled no contest. Is that admitting, no contest is not admitting guilt, but not saying you didn't do it. So, yes. I mean, not guilty proof. So, we'll see. Yeah, I think that's pretty much it. I just wanted to touch base with you on that one because, yeah, it's good that you actually picked it up and you share those concerns with me because we were going to go about it all wrong. We were going to show everything out front, and that was bad.
Would have been a hell of a learning experience, that's for sure.
Yeah, now I see why you only want to do 30 minutes. So it would probably take only 30 minutes to do this.
Do you know if the Chief
Um,
Justice is going to be in on that meeting, or is it just us and the
I
prosecutor?
no, I don't think you will. No, because he's only going to get involved if it goes to trial. This is basically like us, kind of each party, lawyers pretty much kind of get together and see if they can avoid going to trial.
Does
If we can't
Rickey
do it,
need to
then we
be
go to
there or
trial.
no?
No, no, no. Yeah, it's actually they don't want. So I'm assuming Commander Sky and all and the officers over there won't be there either. It's just be the undersheriff and us.
Okay, that's good.
I no, I do think it would
It
be
gives
good.
us an even playing field to try to negotiate this out.
You know what? I think we should do, you know what, now that I think about it more, we should definitely mention that about the salt not being on the police report. Because that might give
Yeah.
give the undersheriff pause to take this, because if we take his trial and it's not in there, that might be, he might be like, oh crap, yeah, it's not in there. The only thing I didn't ask, well, you know what? Let's see if he's still at his office, because I want to ask him about if they can still change their police report.
Well, we already FOIA'd it. I don't believe they can.
Oh, you don't? I thought you were sure. You want to double check on that.
Well, that's
Okay,
what I
good.
thought.
Then
I don't know for that for sure.
well,
I did read over the case again when you said that you had FOIA'd it, and I thought between initially when we read the report, which was when we had that confusion about
mhm.
the FOIA paperwork needing to be filed, I did notice it changed at that point, but I don't know if they can change it after that,
No.
you know?
Well, let's ask the judge to make sure. I did notice that they noted that we requested a FOIA on it, which I don't think was bad. That's good.
Yeah, I saw that too.
And that's the only thing I noticed, but
I was in the chambers just a moment before you walked in and knocked on the door. I didn't get a response, but maybe he's back.
Oh, okay. Well, he said he'd be when I sent the letter. He said he'd be around for an hour. Has it been an hour? I lost track of time. Oh yeah, that's right. It's over here. I keep wanting to go to the right. Your Honor, are you available? Your Honor? Yeah. I guess
I wonder if he's down at
he's not
Davis.
around. Wait. Davis PD? I guess we're to go over there.
And give the police station a ring.
Yeah, we could do that. Want to go ahead and call him? Did you want to go ahead and call him, or
Say that again?
did you want to go ahead and call them, or did you want me to?
Oh, yeah, I can give him a ring real quick.
I don't know what's wrong. I think it's just him. Oh, Your Honor.
How's it going, Miss Chaser?
Pretty good. We just had a quick question regarding police reports and FOIAs. Once we request a FOIA and they receive it, are they able to change the report afterwards, or is that at that point it freezes the report as is?
So, the way that we're going to be handling FOIAs for right now, because there's going to be some changes to the MDT coming in the future. But essentially, when you do your FOIA request, I'm giving officers 48 hours to finalize their report at the point of getting the FOIA,
Right.
and then after that, it should remain locked.
Okay, so once we receive a copy of it, then they can't do any more editing on it.
I mean, like, yeah, but typically the way the FOIA requests are working right now is when you get your FOIA request put in, I'm allowing you to use the MDT to look at the file, the incident directly, since you will have access to it for the time being. But in the future, they should be providing you with, or I can provide you with, a copy of the report and all subsequent evidence. But right now, you should be able to use the MDT and look at the report once you have your FOIA request in.
No, I understand that. I guess the question I'm trying to ask, if we have a case depending on, let's say, like a police report that omits a lot of information, if we request that and we are granted FOIA access, and that's the basis of our case, then they can't. I mean, they can't come later if they find. Should they find out about that or realize it themselves? Can they come in, like, let's say, after 48 hours and then add all that information in?
No. So what that would be,
Okay.
if they were to do that, they would have to, like, they'd have to notify the prosecutor, and the prosecutor would have to notify the court that piece of evidence has changed, and then whether or not, then we can discuss motions of whether or not that should be suppressed or not.
Okay, so as soon as once say we've been granted access, it technically should lock the police report unless and if they have to change it, they have to do a special request and it's review.
Yeah. So basically, the idea is that if you've been given a piece of evidence and that evidence has been changed substantially, then yeah, we have to discuss the merits of that either updated or changed evidence. And
Okay.
yeah, and again, like, whether or not you wish to allow it, then that's a motion to suppress, that sort of thing.
Okay, good to know.
Is that a separate document that we have to file if we want to do that, or is that like we
For the moment, I'll take oral notifications that there is a change in evidentiary and you would like to suppress that evidence, and then we'll set up a hearing between yourself and the prosecutor, and then you guys can discuss basically your standings on both those issues. But that would happen pre-trial, and at the latest, it would happen at the trial, where we would then discuss that in court.
Okay, good to know. Things are popping in our heads. So far,
Sure. No, these are great questions.
We're not running into them.
Yeah, these are good questions, because yes, the thing is that I'm hoping that in the future with the MDT system that will be coming through, once you get a copy of the report, that should be the report that is locked. And if there's anything that needs to be updated to that, then we have to go through the whole motion of, like, the prosecution that has to introduce it as new evidence or new testimony, and then you can look at this new evidence based off of discovery, and then you can then file motions to suppress based off of, well, whatever your articulable reason would be.
Okay, that sounds good.
Sounds good.
Yeah, but that could all be handled pre-trial, and then at the latest, that could be handled literally the day of trial. We would do that before opening arguments. But yeah, that stuff that, yeah, we can. I'm also writing up a kind of a shorthand guide to trials and when to file motions and all that sort of fun stuff. But right now, if you got something that's on your mind, you're like, I don't know when I'm supposed to file this, just talk to me, and we'll make sure that your concerns get addressed.
Perfect, will do.
Quick question. Actually, now that you mentioned it, I'm sorry, Bryce. One moment.
No, you're fine.
Is there a time limit from when, like, let's say we go down on a cell call, we represent a client, he was not guilty on everything, wants to take a trial later. What's the time limit between when we can actually file a? Okay, plenty of time.
Yeah.
That's what I thought.
Right now, it stands 30 days. We might actually make it shorter than that. That might change to 14 days, because I don't want, like, cases getting stale, essentially, like having somebody file an appeal and get on the docket on day 29. You know what I mean?
I'll just worry about flash calls.
Are you talking about statute of limitations?
No. So statute of limitations has more to do with how long it takes to prosecute somebody for an offense. This is more of I'm giving a statute for a timeline for appeal. So okay. Yeah, because the statute of limitations is a little different area. But I'm gonna basically, I think I want to get it to 14 days, where if someone is in a cell, they plead not guilty, and let's say they don't have a cell rep, but they do want to fight it on appeal, they need to find a lawyer within 14 days, and then that lawyer also needs to like get it onto the docket within 14 days of the time of
Is that
the
a
arrest, essentially.
okay? 14 days. So if a client doesn't find a attorney until day 13, then they only have 1 day to get that motion in. Then.
Yes. But
Okay.
once you file the motion, whether or not I've myself or the other justice has like ruled on it, once you file it, like that's considered on the docket, so you've made it in under the deadline.
So let me ask you a question then, because usually we
Mhm.
file the FOIA first, and then the motion. FOIA's, like you said, they could have the 48 hours to respond. If it's a
Yep.
1 day until 14 days, then that's just on us to kind of put the pressure on the
Basically, yeah,
department?
because you are filing kind of late. It's the pressure kind of goes to you. You limit yourself a little
Understand.
bit on that. So, but it's still not that limiting. You know what I mean? Because like you file it to the
Mm.
docket. I would expect that my timelines for like reasonable expectations are pretrial. I'm giving you guys a week to figure out pretrial. I think that's a reasonable timeline between prosecution and defense. That's like doing what you're going to go to right now is doing your pretrial negotiations to see if there's any resolution to happen. And then after your pretrial negotiations happen, once you've let me know that that's completed, I'm going to give you another week to decide whether or not you want to go to trial. But basically, once you file to the docket, you get basically 2 more weeks on top of that to figure out if you're doing trial, because I want trial to happen at the latest within 2 weeks of you filing that motion.
Okay, so even if we
All right.
have only 1 day or less than 24 hours to file an appeal for a client, we
Yeah.
still have a lot of time to file
Yes,
the
a new
FOIA
timer
and
starts
get
up
that
at that point.
information.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
It's just not ideal to get the FOIA after having to do that. Is what I
Yeah,
figured.
because
Yeah.
there's multiple reasons for that. It hurts both prosecution and defense because as more time goes by, if you need to get a witness statement that's not in evidence, that witness's memory may be a little bit foggy. It may be a little bit more
Yeah.
unreliable.
Mhm.
Can
So
that get
I
thrown
only
out?
asked we.
possibly, I mean, if you get a good motion to suppress, like there are reasons to dismiss witness testimony.
Well, I mean, like, if time has gone on and a witness fails to give their statement until like the very last moment in court, could like the prosecution argue that this statement was just written and this incident happened maybe like 3 weeks ago or something like that?
Yeah, I mean, there's always the argument for that. Like that there can be an argument for it. However, I don't believe, like for the most case, as long as the witness was actually material to the incident or they are firsthand accountants of that, it's kind of hard to dismiss that. They have to have some pretty sound reasoning in order for that to suppress. And this also goes for you as well, because if prosecution brings up a witness that has like a rough recollection on the stand, that gives you all an opportunity to poke holes in their memory, essentially, or to show that maybe their memory is unreliable.
Oh, I got you.
Because it works both ways. That's the thing.
Right.
All right. Anything else I can help you, Alex? Because I know you've got your pre-trial coming up in about 40 minutes. Or not that.
Really? 40
Is it
minutes?
40 minutes? No, you got about 2 hours.
2 hours. You're doing
Hour
your
and 40
thing at
minutes.
6, right? Your case law?
Yes.
Yeah,
so
same
that'll
time,
be-
unfortunately.
Oh, it's the
Oh,
same
here.
time as that meeting.
This is the handout I'll be giving to everybody. I'll just.
Oh,
I was going to reach out to that sheriff to see if they want to have the meeting in City Hall or at the sheriff's department. If we have it here, then we might race over after we're done.
we might be able to make that
Thank you.
lesson.
Oh, it's going to take a little bit for me to go through all this stuff. So, oops, I didn't mean to just use that. I meant to give that.
Oh, thank you.
So this is similar to the handout I had before on case law, but I want to make sure everyone who's in for today can use this.
There might have been a prayer oh, there we go. My eyes. Oh, that's nice. Yeah.
Thank
I'm
you.
for that.
This is super helpful. I still have the
Miranda,
objections one that you gave me
Carrie.
too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have that too. Very nice.
Formatting around like
Very,
your
very
thumb and the top bar. That's always fun.
Right, right. Now these are neat. I like these. I like these a lot.
Yeah, and I'll be handing those out to people that come in if they want to just kind of follow along because I want people to understand their rights, but also I want the police to really understand the limitations of their powers as well.
Well,
Yeah,
it
I
really
think
helps the
that's really
public
important.
because it basically we don't have these cases where we got a client, he wants a attorney, he's been arrested, and he thinks he can get out scot free when no, it's there, in black and white and stuff, and we can only, and we're there to just kind of make sure he gets or the charges are fair and stuff. I haven't run
Yes.
into I only run into one or two of those kind of cases, but yeah, it just helps everyone involved.
Yeah, it's your clients, and I've run defense before. They can sometimes have unreasonable expectations of what a lawyer can do,
Mhm.
based off of all the evidence they've left behind. Of I came out without a mask on, I pointed guns at officers, and then shot at officers, but I'm totally not guilty of this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What an example.
I'm starting to find that out myself.
Yeah,
Let me
that's
ask.
the hard part of defense.
Let me ask you your opinion. I just picking your brain on this. If let's say you have a client that like your scenario, would let's say you try to steal, try to do a robbery, a store robbery, was caught, fled on foot,
Mhm.
got in a vehicle, did a police chase, um, he even shot the police, whatever. Bunch of no's, obvious. Several officers on scene witnessed it, etc. And and you get called in to go to the cells. You hear his side of the story. You go talk to the police, and they say what's their charge, and they're actually being very lenient off the bat. They can they obviously charge for more time, larger fees, whatever, but they're not for whatever reason. It is his first offense, maybe, whatever. So it's a good deal. So I go and I can present it to my client and tell them, actually they're presenting a really good deal, and they're still, let's say that big guy, no, I want to be, I didn't do any of this, or I should be guilty for any of this. I want it all dropped, or mostly charges dropped. How do you approach that? Because I want to represent my clients, but I also don't want to, and I'm really worried about insulting the sheriff's department. Because I'm going to my client and I'll tell him, I'll explain to him, like, well, you did do these things, and I just say they'll like, for example, there was one individual who, he what was the charge? I'm trying to think. Well, basically, he shot an officer, whatever that charge is, and they're only giving him 80. And there was two other charges, and the officers only gave him 80 months. And I looked in the penal card, and that charge alone's 120.
Yeah, it was 120.
So I'm
I
like,
Which
remember.
will be changed
yeah.
soon. So yes.
Yeah, so I'm looking, I'm like, you're already getting like half the months here. But he's insisted, no, I want to see you get one, two of the three charges dropped or whatever. So I go to the officers and I tell my client what's, and they're like, are you kidding me? And I understand their reaction. And I feel like I'm just a messenger at that point. I kind of feel so like, should I be more to kind of can I kind of stand my ground with the client more, you think? Or just kind of be like, with this, be like with the sheriff's, like, I understand, but that what is my client wants or is requesting.
Well,
what do you?
here's I'm gonna ask you guys something. Have you ever watched like Star Trek, like with Captain Kirk, Mr. Scott, all that stuff?
Oh, the ball headed British guy.
No. That sounds like another generation. I'm talking about
Oh,
like the classic stuff with William
oh,
Shatner.
from the guy that speaks
No.
funny. Yeah, I've seen that a few times. Not
Well,
really
here,
a
let
big
me.
sci-fi person.
I'll give you
My
just a
character is on
synopsis
here.
here.
I
So
know Star Trek.
this is
I
basically
know
it's a
Star Trek.
starship out in space. You've got like your chief officers, you got your command, you got medical staff, and you have engineers on there. And you have your chief engineer, which is Mr. Scott, Scott Montgomery. He is known in Star
she
Trek
got Captain.
terminology as a miracle worker. And the
Hi,
thing is that
Captain.
with Scotty, like it's all about kind of an illusion with him. Is that he always tells Captain Kirk, or Captain Kirk comes to him and says like, hey, you know, the warp core is down, but we need to get out of here within the next like 30 minutes. And Mr. Scott says, I can't rebuild the warp core. Well, he'd say it more in a Scottish accent. I can't rebuild the warp core. That's going to take at least 5 hours.
I can
But I'll
do
see
the
what I can do.
Captain.
And in
Oh,
reality,
bloody
Scotty
hell,
knows that it can
Clever.
take him 15 minutes to do exactly what the captain is asking for. However, he's maybe giving them a little bit more like, hey, this is what it could take if it wasn't me doing this job. So maybe you talk to your client and be like, okay, so the charges that you're looking at here, you can give them a quotation of what the maximum penal code is. You're looking at this much. And you know what? I talked to the officers, and this is what they're offering.
Oh.
So
Okay.
I applaud
yeah,
your
yeah.
honesty is always. I mean, you got to be honest with your client. That's important.
Mhm.
However,
Right.
presenting it in the terms of maximums and what they could be facing, and then thankfully, I mean, thank God they called a lawyer. This is now what they're looking at.
Oh, I see what you did. Yeah.
See, we'd be kind of doing it backwards because Dan brought to our attention that, you know, the NDT at the time, I think it's gotten better since because you said it had been revisions, but the NDT wasn't lining up with the library copy.
Oh,
So
it
we've
still
always
isn't. Yeah.
asked well, we're still asking the officers what they're charging. And then we cross-reference it with what we have in the library to make sure that they're calculating the right times and
Mm-hmm.
points. So you're basically saying do the opposite. Do by the library saying, okay, this is what you're looking at. Then go to because I noticed there is one particular officer. I won't say who, mostly because I haven't had his name memorized. But yeah, I noticed that he doesn't charge the amount. He's pretty lenient on time to serve on that. And I swear he gets all. I mean, the one of the kinds I had, you know, play ball, but I mean, most other ones have been, you know, going from the street entity, and they're like 100 hours more than what's in the penal code and $1,000 more, and we had to correct them. But he's the only one that's ever been like on par or less. I'm like, so I mean, they're actually lucky to get that officer.
Yep. So, I think much like being in court, presentation means a lot. So how you present something to somebody and the different perspectives that you give them
I'm so nervous
will
about that.
help hopefully change maybe their tune a little bit of like, yeah, you could have been looking at 240 months here. However, again, thank God that you called me. Talk to the officers. They're willing to work with you and give you aid. And that's only because I was here to negotiate on your behalf. I'm not saying lie, but
that.
I am saying, you know, thank God you were there.
You're just
I
understand. You know, the situation a little bit.
Yeah, finessing the truth.
Yeah,
a little
makes
white,
a lot of sense.
a white lie there. Here.
It's not a white lie. I mean, again, thank God you were there. Who knows what would have happened had you not been there?
That's
true. Might have opened his mouth as totally incriminating himself.
He could have been up on a hut, you know, like a hold until trial.
Mm-hmm. True.
I was just worried about
an officer
violating morals and ethics with doing that, but you don't.
So that I would say is not violating because honestly, if you do give them an honest read of like, this is what the penal code says for your maximum charges, this is what you're looking at, and you're being there, just the essence of you being a lawyer there to talk with the police, that generally will help smooth communication between your client and the police, which then may help calm energies, which then may help reduce fines and time. So you can't, I mean, you can't say that your influence was meaningless. You can't, like, because nobody's influence is meaningless. You being
absolutely, and that's why
change the situation.
Right. It also could be like
we are
when they. Go ahead.
Sorry. Just real quick, and also that we are actual lawyers. We are educated in the law, and most citizens are not, even though some like to claim they are. But so, I mean, sometimes, and then unfortunately, is that matter. I'm not saying intentionally. Sometimes clients are their own worst enemy. You definitely know what I mean. On one of our clients, Max. So I mean. So And so just, yeah, like I said, by us going in there and, presenting in a certain way, you know, we're still doing them a service because they don't know how to, they might think they know the law or they misconstrue the law or they just, you know, yeah, like I said, we're there to prevent. We're the buffer. They're the ones. They're mad at the cops. They
Mhm.
shot at cops because they made me like, they pitted me too quickly, or oh, they were aggressive, or whatever. They go and you know unload that on us. We express that in a way that is calm and reasonable to police officers. The officers are mad at the client or at our client because they shot at them, but they're not mad at us, so they're gonna calmly say, "Well, he did this and that and this and that," and we're a buffer zone basically.
Yeah, and you're also
Anyway,
the. Oh, hey,
oh,
Alfie, how's it going?
yeah, not,
Started the hell on me. He snuck up on me.
Yeah.
sorry, yeah.
You sneak up on us, Alfie.
I just walk with that soft step. You know what it is.
Yeah, that soft shoe.
Yeah.
But point being, Miss Chaser, is that yes, and also Mr. Maxwell, and also Mr. Roach. It, your presence there does change the situation because you never know if that officer was thinking maybe I'm going to try to push attempted first-degree murder. You know, like maybe when they were shooting at us, they formulated a plan to actually kill me. So yeah, I think your presence does make a difference, regardless if you may seem like you're just being a communicator between yourself and the client. I think it does put the police being extra mindful of what charges they're pushing. And
That
if they
too.
go overboard, you guys will be there to check them in court. And then if the court case doesn't go the police's way, then the police are going to have to take a look at that case and those people who made those charges and have maybe some conversations about that.
Yeah, I what what you just said made me realize that perhaps because you missed Chaser, but when I was down there, I was trying to figure out how some of these charges, like they were either giving less or why they would be doing that. And I also felt like we were just kind of like the messenger boy and girl between back and forth. But I guess what I didn't consider is that maybe some of them could have charged 120 months for the aggravated battery of a government
Mm-hmm.
employee, but because the the client asked for a lawyer and they got a page back knowing somebody is coming down, I also would imagine that sometimes maybe some of the officers would be like, well, I know a lawyer's on their way, so I'm going to relook at this and have a deal, already ready and set to go by the time they get here.
And you mentioned
Yeah.
that, you just remind me of one situation where I've literally, and I don't know, I think it might have been the one you were not there. It was the day that you weren't. It was like, I think I woke up to take that call, right? And or that page, and I went down there and we're going, and there was actually the client was actually cooperative and whatnot, and we're going back and forth, and then during that process, I think by the end of it, the officer actually took it upon himself to say, you know what, I've given some more thought. Could we have gone back and forth, discussing, kind of negotiating back and forth, getting details, and he's like, you know what, I'm thinking I'm going to go ahead and drop this just anyway. No matter what, I'll drop this. This is the new charge. If he pleads guilty, then we'll reduce it by this much, whatever. And so I didn't even have to negotiate it. He decided to do it all just because I had to go in back and forth and communicating. And he must have
Mm-hmm.
realized something by me going back and forth and maybe questioning and something, or pointing something out to him, or actually details that he must have missed. So no, you're very right.
I would like to add something as well. You will also get it where they just aren't willing to budge like at all. You know, I've had that a few times
No, I've
already.
gotten one like that. Mm-hmm. One of our
Yeah,
clients.
I mean
was one of those
that's
situations.
that's again because if they've got him, if they know that they got him, then yeah, it's
Yeah, I get that.
but I'm hoping. What my hope is that when the clients call for a lawyer and you guys do show up to represent, I am hoping that there is a clear benefit to having a lawyer there rather than not. I want that to be the case. I've been very clear with the sheriff. That's how I want things to happen. I want there to be a very clear benefit to having a lawyer there, regardless if you've like it is. I think it does come down to the bottom line of these people need to now double check what it is that they're charging, and it is important that you are there, even if you do feel like you are just bouncing back and forth giving messages. Your function there is important. You are a check to their power.
Yeah, I agree with that. Because if there's no obvious benefit, then regardless of if we can do anything or not, then people are just going to stop asking for lawyers, and that would be
Exactly.
a big problem for us.
Yeah, and
Right.
I am
No,
also
that's an ideal scenario.
trying to reach out to the sheriff to make sure that there is no negotiation with clients if there isn't a lawyer there. Because like you have like people who are just like dropping charges or reducing things. I don't want that to happen without a lawyer present. If they don't call for a lawyer,
No.
I want them to just face whatever charge it is they're facing.
Yeah, I could
Yeah,
agree
because
with
then
that.
they were. Sorry, Bryce, carry on.
I was just in agreement. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was right. Yeah, because then it gives them a clear reason then to actually call a lawyer.
Mm-hmm. Because I want you guys working on cases. I want you guys to, I want cell reps are great. And if we get to the point we can do some bench trials, they're fine too. But what I want is I want to see some actual trials. I want to be a judge for God's sakes. Like I want to see you guys scrap it out in court. And hopefully you guys want to be in court too, just to kind of like get those big sort of dramatic the scenes out there. Like that's what I'm hoping we're all looking towards.
Oh yeah, definitely. Don't know if you can tell, but I'm a very dramatic man.
Well, I mean, you make a very silent entrance, Alfie.
Yeah, but it was silently dramatic, wasn't it?
Well, it was startling, I'll say that.
There's another word for dramatic.
Startled me.
I suppose.
I'm not gonna lie,
I
I
might
am worried about. I'm like nervous for my first court date, but I'm also really, really want to push. Like, I really want the cases that we have currently to go to trial, but obviously, I'm not gonna sacrifice, the best deal for our clients, of course.
Mm-hmm.
But most, part of me wants to get something to go to court soon.
Sure. Yeah, and again, like there are going to be more cases. Like I said, it's been pretty light right now, just due to the lack of LEO staff. But that is going to change this weekend. We're getting an additional 8 to 12 more deputies on the streets.
It's a substantial
Okay.
amount.
Yeah.
I think the last time they hired, it was what, three or four?
Yeah, it was it was 6 2 weeks ago. Only 4 made it.
Oh right, I see.
And then
So-
we've got a big number change coming in. Hopefully, most of them make it. If not all of them.
Yes, that's what we're hoping for. But there's maybe some bad apples in there, so you never know. Which again, well, that's gonna be more lawyer work. But in the meantime, I'm gonna grab Alfie for a minute because we gotta go over something. But you have one last thing, Bryce?
Yeah, I needed to get information on for a client of mine. Expungements. How does that work? Do they need to just come talk to you? Do I need to mitigate that? Do I need to file paperwork?
So so anyone doing an expungement, they need a lawyer. So public defense will be fine for that. If it's a violent felony, they basically have to keep their nose clean for 30 days. I think it's 30. It's either 30 or 60. Let's just say 60 days for right now. It's probably 30, but I've got to look at the statute again. So they have to keep their nose clean for a certain amount of time. So that means no additional misdemeanors or felonies, for that matter. If they do that, then the charge basically gets withdrawn as it's been expunged. It will stay on their MDT record, but it will not be used against them.
So for violent felonies, they have to commit no crime for 60 days, no misdemeanors and what?
Misdemeanors or felonies, essentially. They can still do traffic infractions, like speeding, whatever. That will not affect it, but they cannot be engaged in criminal activity.
From what I believe, as well, from my reading of the Constitution, that does not involve. That's not people who've committed crimes such as manslaughter, second-degree murder, and first-degree murder aren't eligible for expungements.
No. Any hut crime will stay on there unless there is some incredible mitigating circumstance that you can bring to the court that would compel the court to want to give them a chance at getting that off their record. Because I'm not going to be a man who's probably going to be expunging treason from somebody.
Right.
Yeah.
How would you even go about that? Because if a trial already happened, or somebody was already convicted of a hut charge, and let's say the time when the window for appeals has passed, and everything is said and done, how would we? What
You can still
paperwork
expunge it,
would
even
we
if somebody's
file?
guilty of something. They can still be the only thing you would be expunging are people who are guilty. Anyone who's got a not guilty on their record or charges dropped, that wouldn't affect them.
Okay, so essentially, somebody would get a lawyer like myself, and then what would I do? I would just come have a chat with you. Would I have to file a
Yeah,
motion of some sort?
we'll have paperwork for it. As you
Oh,
know,
excuse
that
me.
I'm still working on paperwork.
Oh.
I'm literally adding that to a list of paperwork I need to make.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, for now, they would come to you. You would be retained under their services. You'd come to me saying this person wants to file for an expungement. There is a fee along with it. I don't know what the fee is going to be yet. I think it's going to be either
I know
500 or 1,000.
Currently says, do you want me to tell you what it says in the Constitution currently?
Yeah, I mean, sure, go for it.
For non-violent, I believe it was $1 million.
$1 million?
Unless, wait, no, 2,000.
That can't be
sorry.
right.
I didn't see the stop. I didn't see the full stop. No, it's 1,000, and then for violent offenders, what was it now? 2,000.
Okay. And also, that copy of the Constitution is not a copy I have control over, and that is an old copy of the Constitution, so those may change, but we can stick with those for now.
Yeah, okay.
But for everyone, just so everyone knows here, don't run any expungements just yet. The MDT system is going to be changing, and that's really tough to get those databases all transferred over and stuff. So I'm not sure that some of this criminal activity is going to pass over to the new MDT.
But they're happy about that.
So if somebody comes to us for an expungement and they have a record or don't have a record, I would want to check what their record is to see what all I'm going against so I can advise them. Would I just go down to Davis and request?
Yeah, it's a FOIA request at that point.
Okay, it's another FOIA for what am I FOIAing? Just
you're FOIAing their criminal record. Yeah. And basically, they're not going to just open up all the reports to you. You'd be FOIAing for you want charges that they've been found guilty or no contest to, and they can then give you a listing of charges for that.
Oh, okay, that makes sense.
Because that's all the thing you're really considering. Because the thing is that a expungement is not contesting anything that's happened in the past. It's just trying to say, like, hey, I have now kept myself clean for so long. I would now like to have these charges removed as against me so I can not be considered a violent felon anymore. Is that making sense?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Nope.
Okay.
But for now, we should advise our clients, hey, we need to hold off.
I'd not worry about it. I would worry about it more once, just at the bare minimum, you can tell your client, keep your nose clean for at least 30 days and then get back to me.
I thought it was 60.
Or 60, sorry. Yeah, I've got to look at it.
I would like to say that I believe in the
old Constitution is
Constitution is 14.
It's 14 days for nonviolent?
Yep.
For violent felonies?
A quick look.
Yeah, I think it's 30 for violent felony. So I would say 30. And I think even if it does say that, once I get my hands on the Constitution where I can update it to where it should be for the 1985 standards, it's probably going to be 30. 'Cause I don't.
Oh, sorry.
Go
Non-violence,
ahead.
it says 90.
For violent felonies, it's 90.
Yep. Yep.
I got to think about it. So I just tell them for the meantime, they're going to keep their noses clean for at least 30 days. How about that? Well, and we're not even like, I haven't been in the city for that long. Non-violent is 14, and I think we're going to keep that. So that's anything that's that's not highlighted blue in the penal code. And then violent, we're going to say 30 for now.
Okay.
If that changes, that might change, but just tell them to keep their noses clean for the foreseeable future. And because right now, I don't think anyone can buy a weapon anyway, so that's the one thing that is held back. If you're a violent felon, you're not allowed to have guns or ammo on you. Which I can't even get guns or ammo. So.
Okay. Thank you for that information. I can go ahead and pass that along, and maybe I can get put on retainer.
Yeah. Okay. Is there anything else I can help either one of you two with?
That's it for me.
Ms. Chaser?
No, that's it for me. Oh, this is a quick suggestion. If we could get like a shredder or some kind of garbage bin for some of our files that we can sit and throw away.
My car is full to the brim.
I have so many.
I don't even keep them in my car because I'm afraid it'll get stolen.
Okay, and these are all papers that you need to be keeping?
No, it's ones that I've accidentally put in too many of, but I don't want to buy in a public.
Okay, come with me.
I can't dump it in a dumpster.
Oh, I don't. Mine's all in my apartment.
All in my vehicle. I can sort it.
So I've just been see this little mouse trap over. I've been basically just kind of like dumping it on this desk here, and eventually it all gets the janitor comes and takes it out.
Okay.
That's what I've been doing. It's not okay. Again, this is not a secure removal or anything. Somebody could walk in here and pick up these papers. So
yeah, that's what I was concerned about.
If you want secure removal, I have honestly, I think putting it in a dumpster. But even then, I think I don't know when the dumpsters get carried away. That's the other thing.
I'll just drive to middle of nowhere and just put it in a dumpster there, like up in Sandy or something.
You know what I want you to do, Alfie? I want you to go back to one of those dumpsters and check to make sure that that has been dumped.
I've not put any in there, but I can do that later on today. And then tomorrow or something, check. If
I remember at one point, they last a long
for anything.
There was one.
I was gonna say for anything non-secure, I've just been leaving it on the desk. Like I had a bunch of printouts that were not aligned correctly, and I just put them over there on the desk, and they just, eventually the janitor swept them away.
I will say, by the way, for currently, if you needed documents to store, what I've been doing is I'm buying multiple backpacks and just sort of loading them into my vehicle and then putting them into the backpacks into the vehicle. Oh, it's less than ideal, but
okay. So here's what I want all three of you to do. I want you to think of some things that you guys need here in City Hall. As far as like what would be nice, because eventually we're going to have a docket docket storage over here. So when we start filing things to the docket, things like discovery, that sort of stuff, that's all going to exist in its own individual little locker over here. Okay. So you'll have physicalized items that you'll be able to use and look at. However, in the meantime, I am going to work on an external filing cabinet. I'm probably going to be working on it tomorrow a lot. And then you guys are going to get fax invites to that filing cabinet. And then we're going to work on just having some storage there.
Okay.
For the time being, because right now doing things inside of this building is extremely complicated, and I do not want your pockets overflowing with sensitive material that you cannot securely get rid of or store.
Right, because you walk into your car one day and then a bunch of Maxim individuals pull up to you and
Yeah. So I'm gonna work on that like tomorrow. That's gonna be the thing I'm gonna do tomorrow. I'm gonna set up a bunch of that stuff. You might get invites earlier to it, and we may talk frankly about what it is we all need and how to get that all set up. Because I have some ideas and some ways of getting things put into place so we can get like a docket system that's done externally. But I'm open to help and anything that you guys might need to make your jobs run smoothly.
Yeah, for sure. Well,
Yeah,
I'm
for
willing to
sure.
help when I'm available. You know.
Likewise.
And
Suggestion, is there maybe like a secured area at the PD that maybe not many people have access to that we would be able to dispose
yeah,
of
next time you go down
documents
there, yeah, actually, when you do go down there, talk to Mr. Garrison, or sorry, the Under Sheriff Garrison about it, and just be like, hey, I've got a bunch of documents that I'd like to be able to get rid of securely. Can I put these behind a locked door so your janitor can sweep these away?
It's a good idea.
Yeah, I could do that next time I'm down there.
Might be in an hour.
Okay. Also, I'm working on. So I know I'm going to be working with Alfie a little bit on the ShareX paper. I've got some written instructions around that. I know some of that paper. When you slap it on a window, it looks insecure. It is not. It is just the window being a little bit freaky about that. But I'm going to have some instructions on how to get this all set up so that way there's an easier way for you all to get documents to the printer. And there will be a written, there are written instructions, which I have finished. So if anyone's interested in that, I can give that to you.
I would
I'm
highly
interested in
recommend
that.
it. Makes things a lot simpler.
Yes, and especially if we're going to go to an external docket, I am 100% going to require that we use specialty paper and not just discordant paper because that doesn't last. Which will make more sense when we
Understood.
talk about it later.
Yeah, trust me, it will.
Yeah, I'm pretty excited about that.
Yeah.
I think that alone will make our jobs a little bit less complicated for sure.
Yeah, and then once we start, and then we'll be able to put in that external filing cabinet, hey, this is the paperwork we need, and then you can see me actively working on it. Or if because you guys can kind of see the type of template style I'm going with. If you want to kind of take that style, take a stab at making the documents that you need, by all means. I did the motion to file came from the brothers Hardman, and I just took what they were using previously and I made some changes to make it a template that everyone can use.
Oh, perfect.
So yeah, if you have like some documentation, take a stab at it and just hand it to me, and I'll take a look at it, and most likely will accept it, and then I may use that to edit and change and make that a template for everybody. Okay. In the meantime, you guys drink stuff away. If you need me, I will be around for the foreseeable future. But I'm gonna help Alfie out with some stuff before I go into do my class.
Yes. Thank you very much for all of your
And
help.
then,
I'll let you guys get to it.
See you in a bit, mate.
and then you said you want to meet me and Bryce after your class, correct?
Yeah, that actually has to do a lot with the external filing cabinet. I want to actually have a discussion with like every lawyer paralegal that we got.
Oh, I thought you wanted to kind of discuss what.
Oh no, yeah, I do want to discuss
now
some two
that-
things with you guys, but after your pre-trial, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, well,
All right.
I'll be around later, so.
Okay.
All right.
All right, let's go to my
Thank you, Your
office,
Honor.
Alfie. Office, Alfie, got it.
You want to go back to your office really quick to talk about what we just got information on?
Sure. Yeah.
I told you about this, right? Yeah, I did. I told you yesterday. About the guy I ran into at Burger Shop?
Refresh my memory.
His name is Dirty.
And what did you talk about?
Guy's name is Dirty. He's looking for an expungement.
Oh, the expungement. Yes, he did.
Yeah. So essentially, I guess, you know, So if it's $1,000 for a non-violent felony, but it's $2,000 um for a violent felony, and then
Mhm.
I would imagine that we could charge 3 tiers, right? One for non-violent crimes, one for uh violent crimes, and then one for if they want to try to fight like a hut charge, which he said is possible, but that would be really, really hard to do.
Yeah, that was really like 5 grand. I would think that's a huge one.
Yeah, I don't think that that should be cheap. Where like anybody
No.
was like, yeah, let's go after it. You know what I mean? Like, there's got to be a
Yeah, because
steep
they'll go out, they'll do
fee.
every single one. Those and they'll just throw things, throw shit on the wall basically, and we won't be the ones set to clean it up. You know.
Yeah. So I guess my first question is, what do you think the pay? I mean, obviously they got to pay the judge separately, but do you think there should be, 3 separate tiers of services that we offer? And two, do you want to handle the expungement for this guy?
Um. Well, are we? Yeah, sure. Tears is a good thing, depending on the crime. I mean, you the level of the crime. But didn't the judge say that just tell them to keep it clean because they might. Oh, it sounds like that. I've heard rumors of this already. That once they switch the MDT, there's very good chance that all criminal records will get lost.
Right. I
So
mean, yeah, that would be even greater if he didn't. But although he has to stay clean for what 30 days,
14.
um,
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
now it's 14 for non-violent felonies, and it's 30 days for violent felonies.
So what would we do? Well, maybe because and then maybe I wasn't paying close enough attention, and then that's my fault.
No, it
Um,
was very confusing. They went
what?
back and forth with a lot of different numbers.
Excuse me. Sorry, excuse me. So what would we be doing? Just filing the paperwork that for initial expungement, or is there something we got to do within the 14 to 30 days?
So, from what I understand from the justice, he said that in order for somebody to get an expungement, it has to go through a lawyer. Like they have to put a lawyer on retainer. Then what we would do is we would FOIA their criminal record, figure out what kind of expungement they're going for, and then they have to wait the 30 days for violent felonies or 14 days for non-violent felonies before we can go to the judge and orally, I guess, express that our client would like an expungement, and then they pay the fees to the DOJ for the expungement.
Personally, how I would do it, and you can do it differently. I mean, you now that you're a lawyer, I would yes charge them for the initial to start the process, going for the paperwork, whatever, plus whatever my retainer fee would be, which would be a weekly amount, and yeah, go from there.
You charge
And
a
yes,
weekly amount
maybe
for
1,000.
retainer?
Yes, well, that is retainer. They got to give them amount. They got to pay amount. They're keeping.
Oh,
Yeah, they charge. Well, yeah. I mean, don't. That's how I've always experienced it. Because you're paying basically by paying me to be on retainer. No other client. So if someone ever if they get in a lawsuit with someone else, and they want to use me because I'm a retainer, I had to decline them, and I can only represent them, and I would guarantee to represent them in their trial for them.
right. That makes sense. Okay. How much is your retainer?
I mean, I had to decide about, but probably I think at the very least, probably we do about 400 probably for an hour. I mean, let me charge
400 a
my
week.
hourly rate for a whole week once. Yeah. I mean, I had to look into. I have to. I mean, that's gonna calculation. I'm not there yet, basically. But I would charge a weekly retainer fee Because I mean, you mean they're gonna pay? They need to pay you for certain because they're basically paying for your exclusivity, and also when you're on
Exactly.
when you're on retainer, if they get in trouble, I mean, me personally, excluding out of city circumstances, if I'm not in the city at that time, but I can get into the city and they get in trouble and they reach out to me for they're able to have a, you know, my pager goes off, whatever, like from I'm gonna jump on that, me personally. So that's what they've been paying for.
I feel like for you to do all of that, that's definitely worth more than $400.
Right. No, I had to determine what that is. I'm probably lowballing it, but I'm saying I will say at least $400. My first instinct was $400 a day, but I think that'd be too much. I don't know. Maybe not. We'll have to see.
Hmm. Yeah, that might be a bit much. I don't know.
I mean,
I'm very new to this, so I'm not even sure.
same. But no, I think you're right. Tiers is a good thing. I mean, 14 days on a minor, as a non-violent, less work, more likelihood that it'll go through, less headaches. I think. Yeah, no, that would be like you said, 1,000 plus your retainer fee. Violent felon, 2,000, 3,000 because there's more risk involved, more work, longer period. And then a hut, which is going to be the big one. Yeah, that was going to be at least 5,000 in my book.
So how much do you want to charge for expungement services? You said there's a startup fee and then oh, it's just a
Oh,
startup fee in the retainer, right?
right. Oh, so you're asking me right this very moment. Okay, so I'm kind of putting
So
me
it
on the
would
spot.
be like it would be a one-time startup, and then it would be for a non-violent felony, it would be 2 weeks retainer because that's 14 days, and then it would be 3 or 4 weeks retainer, depending on the month, right? For violent
Right.
felonies.
Well, I mean, he won't be committing crime because he's trying to get his record uh, expunged. So I'm assuming he'll be doing more um odd jobs like construction and logging and everything. And depending on logging, you pay for that retainer in 1 week. Yeah, let's go. You know what? Let's use this as a experiment. Tell him $1,000 for to start the process, and then $1,000 a week retainer.
Okay. So for a non-violent felony, it would be essentially 3,000, and then for a violent
Wait,
felony, it would be, let's say, most months are 3 months, so it'd be $4,000
six,
for a violent.
4,000, 5,000. Yeah.
That seems pretty fair.
Mhm. I mean, yeah. I mean, we'll adjust it accordingly. If they feel it's too much, should we get some feedback? I mean, some constructive criticism back, and or major changes in the economy. I mean, I absolutely thought I would absolutely charge this, maybe even more, but before the unions cracked down on the amount of jobs you can take. But now that that's more limited, I mean, because I literally in 2 hours I literally made almost $10,000. So yeah, before the union cracked on work breaks. But now that there's just a 4 hour work break between logging and logging, last time I did it, which I haven't done it recently because I'm so burnt out, I don't want to do it ever again. They weren't paying the best or lower rates, so it might be a logging, it might be 1 or 2 logging, but do that 1 or 2 days. I guess what I was saying is, I mean, I want to be paid for my work, and then I want to be, this is going to be, it's not going to be, I don't want to make it extremely expensive where I put the guy, because the guy's trying to get his life together, so I don't want to like break the bank on him, but I don't also want to
Well, we're
shoot out
also
charity on
handling
this.
other cases, and we also have a lot of other stuff to do. Like
Exactly. Good
it
point.
has
Yeah,
to
there you
be
go. That's
expensive
it.
enough to make it worth
Be
our
worth our
time because
time.
we're going to be juggling it between court
Yes.
cases
Very
and
well put.
other stuff.
Very well put. But yeah, that's it. They'll do it.
Yeah,
1,000 initial, 1,000. Yeah, perfect.
I think the startup, I think they should pay it up front.
Yes, they're definitely paying up front for to get the start. We'll say the first week and the initial thing up front, so 2,000 up front, but then they don't have to make their next payment until 2 weeks
The next week.
because they can pay at the
Yeah.
end of the week. We'll do it that way. So it's a lot up front, but then they don't have to pay for a while.
I could draw something up if you'd like that we can track expungements, so we have some documentation to kind of remind us to collect those payments.
No, that would be great. Yeah, like a calendar or
I
something.
can put that on our case board as like a little
Perfect.
side paper next to it, and then we can track who has what expungement and all those details.
Okay, sounds good.
So if I have a meeting with this guy, are you cool if I take this guy? Well, I know. Well, it's probably not gonna. I'm not gonna take him. I mean, we'll see after the system.
You want to head this one? Use
change,
that.
but I'm just gonna tell him, hey, we're holding off until things are changing.
If you want to head, this one, I'm all for it because it's not particularly a thing I want to do a lot of right now. I'm not saying ever. That might change in the future. It's an area I want to focus on. So if you do, by all means, go ahead.
Okay.
And yeah, I can back you up.
Okay. Well, perfect.
Huh? And you let me go, and you can give me let me know what feedback or how you feel it went and what changes you would do and stuff.
Yeah, I definitely will. Everything is experimental right now, so we'll see how it shakes out.
And just so you're also aware, just as a heads up, because you have passed the bar exam, I'm no longer referring you as my paralegal. I am referring you as my law partner.
Oh, well, thank you.
I
I still state that I work under you, but maybe I say
you can say you work
with
with me. Yes, that'd be bro. You're not under me anymore.
Okay, perfect. I like that. There's a good ring to it.
And I think technically, because you are a public defender, I think that office is now, you can have your own office, I would imagine.
Are you kicking me out, Amber?
No, I thought you would want your own office. You're welcome here anytime, but I just thought.
Oh. I mean, I guess. I really don't like
It's
that
not the best
furniture.
office. It's fine. You can share this one. I don't mind. I'm just saying.
I'll think about it.
No.
I mean, there are only a couple of offices, so.
If they fix the furniture, then that's a great meeting room. I mean, that's what we'll do. We'll share this room, and then we'll use that as a meeting room. If they can fix that. When we have our meeting, that big old discussion on like improvements, we need to point it out to.
Oh yeah, maybe
the
they
judge.
can get rid of that big desk and buy another one of these bad boys right here.
I just replace the chairs. Yeah, or let's purge one of these. That'd be nice. I don't mind a T-shaped desk because it's twice the size of mine. So if you have a big meeting or a large representing like a company or something, and you meet with the president, the CEO, and the accountant, and whatever, you might want to have an office like that. But
yeah. Or if we've got prosecution and we have a client and we're trying to, we could do like the arbitrations here. I don't know. Do prosecution have a meeting room over there? I don't know.
They do. They do. They have like I think one more office too, which is unfair, but yeah.
Oh.
It's like a mirror. It's like a mirror to this side. The one thing I'll mention besides the the shredder or disposal for our documents. Yeah, I don't know if they could do it for every office. That might be a lot of work. That'd be ideal. But at the very least, I like them to put in like the options to like change our clothes and like maybe in the restrooms or something, so we can change out our office clothes and here at City Hall. If we could do that in our offices, that'd be great. They put a wardrobe in each of our offices or something.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Or maybe even like
But that's
one of
that
the restrooms, you know?
the restroom. I think it'd be too many because that'd be like 8 different ones. So maybe just the restroom. We go down, we get into a stall and change real quick.
Yeah, they
That'd be great because
maybe
then
put
every
like a hanger in one of them, you know, not all of them,
uh
but like maybe just one of them.
yes, it'd be easier than having to rent. Well, though it's nearby, but walk over to a department store. Please, sir.
What I want to bring up is kind of what everyone has talked about before, getting the locks installed on our office doors.
Well, I think they're working on that already. I think they want that
Oh, are they?
right away because this,
Oh.
yeah, they don't want to keep putting those signs up because people keep wandering around and City Hall. That's why I don't want to put my files in that one corner of that desk. That said, I do need to use the restroom real quick, so I'll be right back.
Okay.
Yeah, I gotta use the restroom in real life. Hey, Kelly. You're holding shells. Oh, it's the wrong way. Yeah, like make it like this one right over here or something. Just go in here. Change real quick. I think I will. I don't want to just look like I'm. Yeah, so I'll just. Stay here. Well, that's only like shower washing. Okay, I'll be right back. That's true. You got that shower. Okay. Wish they had the stalls where the doors are like on a hinge. Can't see have privacy. I personally like the courthouse and no Pixel's courthouse. No, I actually did that. I actually like the courthouse on It might have been no Pixel 1.0. I think it's different. It was different than this one, but I'll put Hey, Kelly, how are you?
Oh, hi. You come in so quietly. I thought I heard someone say something, but it was like a whisper. And then I saw you walking off toward my uncle's chambers.
Oh, well, yeah, because I was rushing to use the restroom. Sorry. But I didn't
Oh,
want to think
you realized you were going the wrong way?
Yes, I do that all the time. How you feeling today?
Tired. I didn't get like any sleep last night.
Oh yeah, that was me yesterday. Well, it's been a pretty chill day so far, so
Yeah, I'm wondering if it'll start kicking up in about like an hour, half hour-ish for my uncle's case law thing.
oh, that's right. Yeah. Yeah, that's when we have our pre-trial for one of our cases, unfortunately. Unfortunately, that because we can't make the editing, or we'll be late.
Well, you guys are lawyers. I don't think the lawyers need to really go. You guys know case law.
Yeah, but it's always good to have a refresher and also the show presence and see what questions people have, so they keep prepare for when clients. Yes. I don't know. Or be there
Your
more for
presence is
support.
good. Yeah, moral support.
Exactly. Hey, Bryce, I reached out to the undersheriff to confirm whether we want to have the meeting here or the police station. But I haven't heard back. So if we don't hear back about, I say maybe 10 to 15, 10 to 40 minutes or 10 to 20 minutes, let's just head down to the sheriff's department.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't plan on going anywhere just to make sure that I don't
Me neither.
miss this meeting.
Yeah. No, me neither. Do you have a appointment set up to get your cast looked at, maybe removed?
Yeah, that's tomorrow. And I was also able to meet
Oh,
with
good.
Director Kat, and she said she's a head doctor too. So I have a double appointment. They're gonna help me with my memory.
Oh, that's terrific. Good news. Happy to hear it.
Me too. I hope like remembering some stuff will help with the anxiety.
No, absolutely. And I'm wondering, by us kind of try to remind you stuff, if that's actually helping jog it, or if they have any other recommendations to kind of get your memory back and going.
Yeah, like any better exercises I'm supposed to be doing. Because one doctor, he recommended exercises, but I haven't seen him. And then I know I told them that he said to make an appointment, so I let them know. But they said that there were no appointments on my file. I'm like, well, that's no good. I really want these appointments.
That's not good. Was one of the exercises jogging by chance?
He didn't go into the exercises. He just said
Oh,
exercise would be
just
good because the brain's like a muscle.
I've heard that before. Well, I started jogging again. I used to back in college, but I have been kind of neglecting it since I moved here. But I, I just jogged down near Vespucci, the view and everything. So if you're more than welcome to join me if you ever want.
Yeah, they said I used to like running on the beach. That was one of my things.
All right, well, perfect then. Yeah, let's do that.
Okay. Do you think you'll be around after work?
Yes. So we have a pre-trial, in about half hour. That should be more than like a half hour itself. And then we'll want to we might want to show our support for the whole thing your uncle's doing, and then after that, I think our schedule's being open.
Didn't the Chief Justice want to talk to us afterwards?
Oh yeah, he does want to talk to us afterwards. So after that, my um my day is open. So I would say, sorry, so that's not really giving you a time frame, is it? I'm sorry. I would say, um, May 9 Eastern. Would that be too late for you?
No.
All right. Yeah, let's go jogging. Does that sound as fun out loud as it did in my head? But
I mean, I also went bike riding too. They have a bike guide on down on
oh,
the
I need to
beach.
get a bike. They sell bikes, or you just rent them? You can still only rent them.
You rent it, but they also have like 2
Hmm.
freebies out in front, but I don't think you can lock them. So if anyone just wanted to go up and take your bike if you stop for water, well, there goes your bike.
That's why I keep rollerblades on me. No, I'm down for biking as well. And to just get out on office, honestly.
I feel a lot better here than I did last night.
What happened last night?
I don't know. It just felt really like first I was with my friend and we were down by Muscle Beach. But then she was with some of her friends and they needed to go get their motorcycles fixed. So we went to Hayes and I've never been over there. And then people just kept showing up. And I was starting to get a headache and I was feeling just like so weird. I don't like having all these people around me that I don't know. So I just had to
Oh,
leave.
yeah. No, Hayes can get pretty busy. I take my car there to get worked on every so often when some dumb local crashes into it. No, they can get pretty busy. I can understand that. I've never seen any like trouble happen down there. And all the employees there seem really nice.
Yeah, but then the guy said something. It really just, I don't know, spooked me. He said, I think he said dared, but I heard dead, and all I could think about was Victor.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's
And then he
unfortunate.
said something about like, these are our streets, and I heard a voice that kept saying, "You have 10 seconds to leave."
Ooh. These bikers are they the ones that wear the jackets and that are black with like red and white lettering?
Yeah, he said something about Crow.
Yeah, the crows. Yeah, they're an MC. Yeah. I mean, to be fair, I've seen the other them tagging that. I mean, they call Fear Parker territory, but I honestly haven't run into any problems with them. They seem pretty chill for MC. But yeah, that is the life. They're bad boys, so you know.
No, I don't think he said it.
Oh,
That's
oh,
why I felt so
my
weird. Like I wasn't seeing him while he was talking. I felt like I was with Victor, and I heard someone say you had 10 seconds to leave.
oh, oh yeah, like a flashback. Oh, I see. Yeah, you know, you might want to, as painful as that is, you might kind of want to make sure you remember this because this might be. We tell the doctors when you go see them, this might help you in your memory because something must have triggered that. You know. And
Yeah,
well,
but
those are like bad, painful memories. You want all the good ones back as well. And you had, I think you had a lot of good memories because, you know, you always seem very, I mean, you do now, but even, I mean, when I first met you, you were very cheerful and, you know, got things going and whatnot. So,
yeah, the sooner I can get all this behind me, the better.
no, absolutely. Oh, my pager just went off. One second while I check the mail.
Hey,
My
Amber.
pager just went off. I better stand. Oh, yes.
Totally forgot about Pookie. He wanted to meet today.
Oh, I mean,
Remember,
yeah,
he was the
after
gentleman
I
that
go.
got arrested
No,
and
I remember. Yeah, I can meet with him probably after I go talking with Kelly. Let me I would say maybe see if we can meet around 10 p.m. Eastern. Otherwise I
Yeah,
can meet
that
with him
sounds
anytime
good.
tomorrow. Or if you want to meet with him on yourself by yourself. I mean you've been working that one. If you want to take that one as well, I mean I won't fault you for it.
I could do that. I'll set up at 10 p.m. If you want to show up, great. If you don't, then I will just assume I can proceed and I'll just handle it.
Okay. No, if it's at 10, then I'll definitely show up. Oh, that is such good news here. Yes, that's what I thought. Perfect. That Vaskov jet case, that's gonna be a slam dunk.
You got good news?
Yes. So one second. Yes, so I reached out to him saying that, what was the status update on his first letter, that's laying out that we kind of can't move forward until we receive that and the damages he wants to reclaim for being arrested. And he got back, and then in the letter I kind of threw it in there like, just, if your brother can also make sure in the letter to mention that when they entered the door was open when they entered the scrapyard, and when they split off, which I said, which I think he said was right away. He confirmed in the letter it was right away, so that's just gonna help our case.
That's great. Yeah, that's gonna help a lot.
And if we could get that, if we could get that in writing,
Sorry to
that's
interrupt,
perfect.
Bryce. How did your bar exam go yesterday or the day before?
Oh, you're talking about the bar exam.
Yeah, how did it go? Did you pass?
Oh, Bryce Maxwell, attorney at law at your service.
Congratulations, mate.
Thank you. I appreciate that, Mr. Roach, a lot.
You've been down to the cells as a public defender then yet, or?
Not yet. No. I've been Miss Chaser and I have been diligently working on some cases together that we're trying to get, going, and I have several meetings with current clients, so I'm just trying to make sure that I'm focused on our current clientele.
Yeah,
But of course,
definitely.
if I'm available and someone in the sales need me, I'm happy to go.
Yeah. If you need an extra set of eyes or anything at any point, do give me a shout.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, if you if you want, if you go down and you would like me to tag along, I'm happy to help too.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Bryce. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Hey, thanks for stopping by. I
We
appreciate it.
we all work better as a team,
Yeah, 100%, 100%.
Yeah, we've got a jam-packed day full of stuff to do coming up here today, so pretty excited.
Yeah, that should be good fun, mate. That should be good
Yes.
fun. So I've got one client on retainer already, and then I might have another one that might be interested. But yeah, it's quite nice to actually have things to do.
Yes, indeed. Very nice.
'Cause, at first, when I first got hired on, well, there weren't a lot of people getting taken into sales, and there weren't a lot of people coming for legal advice, and yeah, I just kind of sat around here for a bit, to be honest. Didn't really do much, but it's nice to actually have more people around as well.
Well, for better or worse, I forgot to bring a swimsuit, so maybe it was good I wasn't there till the end.
Yeah, no one said to bring a swimsuit, but I can't get in the water anyway.
Oh, true, you can't get the cast wet?
Nope, or the head wet.
Oh, I see. For how long are you going to be in the cast?
I have an appointment tomorrow.
Ooh, exciting. Maybe they'll get rid of it if everything healed up nicely.
Yes, and then I can finally wash it. Everyone keeps telling me that my arm is going to be like super moldy and gross and pruny. And I'm just like, am I going to have to live in sweatshirts and turtlenecks? Because I don't have any of those.
Jeez.
Evening,
Well
Dan.
then.
How you doing, mate?
Hey, what's going on, man?
You're
How
not
are you?
Dan. Sorry, I do apologise.
I'm
Told you
okay.
you looked alike.
A Scottish friend of mine.
No.
Well, I
I'm
think
Richard.
you. How long have
Nice.
you had the
Have I met you
cast?
before, Rich?
I think we met once before.
Yeah,
I woke
nice to
up
meet you,
December
I'm
22nd,
Alfie
January
Rhodes, just
12th.
in case,
Oh boy.
you forgot.
Pleasure's mine, sir.
yeah,
I've heard a lot of good things about you.
One thing
Oh,
you'll
thank you,
probably
thank you.
have to be prepared
Don't
for
boost
is the
my
smell.
ego too much, lad.
So, I think
You know,
the first thing
it's
you're
one of
probably
those
gonna
that's
do
fun.
is wash
Oh,
your
well,
arm
remember you're the
once you
front
get that
desk lad,
cast off.
aren't ya?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I remember that.
See,
How's
they
it
should
going
make
so
these
far,
things with
alright?
like a zipper or
Things
something
are
so you
going
can
good,
open it for
amazing.
regular bathings.
So,
I
just kind of getting
know.
back into it. Listening to
Yeah,
what
yeah.
I missed out on.
But
about the
sometimes they need a
graduation last
cast
night.
and they have stitches as well,
Oh,
so
very
it's
nice.
probably
Was it,
not so good to get anything wet.
Police graduation?
Stitches
or
and
graduation
screws.
where?
Oof.
Yes, sir. It was
Alright.
You
police-
want to
Yeah,
know a
well,
little trick?
Oh, very nice. How many people graduated, you know?
You take one of those like little like office waste bin garbage bags, and you put it over the cast, and then maybe you like tie it shut, or maybe tape it shut, and that way you can like walk into a shower and still shower with the cast on.
Oh no, you see, I don't want to keep the stink in. I want it out. I want it to be bathed.
No, I get it.
Well, it's promising to see.
I think she's
they continue
talking
to
more
wrap
about
up,
the
you know
stuff
what I mean? So
inside
that
of the
way,
cast.
the
Yeah.
prosecutors and defense attorneys
No, that's gonna be an experience. There's no way. If
definitely. I
Ricky
I've
dead,
already,
unfortunately, I
tried
speak from
to train
experience.
her.
Oh, there you go.
I
Yeah, that's
really
gonna be
thought
a-
I feel
Justice
like she
Harris
had
was
to,
trying to freak
go
me
through
out.
cells
This
or
is
anything
so
yet with her,
gross.
but he has come to me for a few
Oh,
times for legal
Yeah,
advice.
we've-
No, the last time I had a
Well, that's
cast, I
exciting to hear
think I
that the
used
business is starting to pick up for you guys.
some
Yeah,
kickball.
definitely. I mean,
Yeah, I didn't even have a cast when I broke my wrist. I had a splint. I'm still a pain in the ass. But I I've broken both my wrists, arms growing up. Yeah, send me the sheriff. Oh, Inez. Okay. Okay, at the storm, we'll head down to the sheriff's office because they have a under sheriff just got back to me. They usually do a at the storm meeting, so it just sounds like it'd be easier. We went down and wait for there, and then when they're
Okay.
ready, they'll meet with us. All right. I'll probably head down there in 10 minutes, just so you know.
Okay.
We can.
Yeah, I
Do you want to
can
go together, or was it take both our cars?
I don't mind going together. I mean, it makes us look uniform.
Yeah, I mean, okay. I'll drive this time because you drove last night, unless you want to
Oh,
drive.
okay. Or that was a fun night.
Oh, yeah. A little hungover.
So-
I was worried about that. I didn't drink enough
Hi.
water, but
Hey,
you
how
know.
you doing? You alright?
Mm-hmm.
Glad to hear. Glad to hear. How about yourself? You doing okay?
Who? What?
Yeah. I was asking you if you're doing
You,
alright.
GG.
Oh, I'm doing all right.
Just
What
glad
you
to
said?
hear. Glad to hear. Yeah, I'm doing alright. Just woke up from a long nap. Ready to get back in the world, etc., etc.
Wonderful. Well, I think we're all gonna have a nap in a little bit. Looks like some clouds are forming.
Fucking like taking naps when I don't need to.
Take it as an extra quick nap.
Oh,
for
hello.
the
Yeah.
overnight.
Oh, hey, Richard.
Hey, man, how are you?
I'm very good. How have you been?
Was that bump
Heard
on
you
your
said
head
the
going,
bump.
Kelly? You alright?
Good.
No, because apparently when it comes
How'd
off,
it go?
I'm gonna be super stinky.
Oh, uh,
You
What-
just
what,
went
the
a
bump?
cast one.
Attorney Bryce Maxwell at your service.
Yeah, I'm
Oh,
gonna be
let's
like a
go, man.
walking stink
Congratulations.
bug.
Yeah, thank you
Oh
very
my
much.
goodness.
I'm very
What
happy
with the
about it.
bump? How come you're gonna have
Sure,
a stink
yeah,
bug
I
bump?
heard you taking it, so I was
Because
waiting
this
to see you to
cast
ask
holds in
to
all
hear
the
it back. That's awesome.
nasty.
Oh,
Yeah,
wait,
but,
you got a cast on the back of your head?
Yeah, that. I was
Oh,
in
that's a
the
bandage.
testing room for a
And the
while
doctor
before,
just told
so-
me yesterday I was
Oh,
supposed
yeah,
to
I
be
can imagine.
changing it. I was like, what? Nobody
We-
said
Yeah,
this.
You've
congratulations,
been
man.
charging
I'm
you.
excited for you.
I thought that was common
Oh,
knowledge.
yeah, can't wait to get into it.
No, you're
Yeah.
supposed to say something. I haven't been touching it.
Can't wait to
I
get
can't
into the
even
courtroom,
really
you know?
see
Yeah,
it.
I'm actually.
100%.
I'm with her on that one.
I mean, I'm about to
Oh,
go
I
The
mean,
to
cast,
you-
I'm not supposed to
arbitration
touch it.
with
I just
Stacey
figured it
and
was
Thorne,
the same for
so
both of
I'm
them.
going to.
Mm.
Look at that, you're already on
Yeah,
your
they,
way.
they probably should have told you, but also at the same time, I can imagine it'd been fairly difficult to actually
Yeah, getting out there.
change your bandage on the back of your head.
That's awesome, man.
Apparently, I was the first person to pass the bar exam in the state.
Yeah,
too.
and people
They
keep
just
hitting
wear like
me
a
back
bandana.
there.
Okay, cool. So you're the
Why
first
would
to take it.
people do that?
I think so.
Wait,
I was
what?
supposed to take it
I
immediately.
don't know. They cannot control their arm movements.
Well, how was it?
One
Was it
guy said he
difficult?
was held at gunpoint, and then
Um,
he totally had a spaz attack,
I think
and he took it out
for
on
someone who's
me.
more seasoned, I
It's like,
think I
dude, we're at the
had
post
some
office.
the
We're
hell?
not wherever
but
you
I
were.
don't
It's totally
think
safe over
it
here.
was significantly
So
harder
now he
than I
owes me a
thought it was gonna
milkshake.
be.
And then
Okay,
yesterday, the
for
mayor
sure.
went to a talk show, and then this comedian, he was
Definitely
drinking to
will
like settle
be.
his nerves before he got on stage, and then he hit me in the back of the head too. And then
Wait, was
Richard had
that-
to pay so I can go to the doctor. So
Yeah.
Was that talk show with a really smooth speaking man?
Lion, yeah.
Did
Yeah,
did
that-
he
yeah,
did he
that's
cut to
nice.
advertisements at any point?
They were just doing the filming, so we don't know what anything's gonna look like in post production
Okay,
where they add the
okay.
extra stuff in.
Because I paid for a ad spot for my you know, I thought everyone can read my name and post it everywhere, but when people see my name, face, and posted everywhere,
Told the mayor that you have a commercial in there, so I'll definitely save a VHS tape so we can all watch it.
that would be fantastic. I didn't get to see it back. 'Cause obviously, I don't think we've got any VHS players in here.
You know what,
but
Bryce? Actually, let's leave
I'm
at
hoping
the
it's good
storm.
because it was rushed, but you know,
Because we all
that's
know where the park down
showbiz.
there. It'll be washed
Meaning
away
here
in the
at the
storm,
storm?
right? Yeah, let's leave here right after
do hope we
storm.
got a good
So
angle,
I'll,
though.
and then because they'll have their meeting anyway.
For the
so we won't
mayors,
be
they
there.
had 3 camera guys.
Okay.
But you can
I'll just wait for
guys.
you in
In
the
fact,
lobby
in
here.
fact, I'll reach out. Just let them know. Oh, sorry,
No,
say
it's
again.
good because I paid money for that.
I don't know about the comedian. He was questionable.
Oh, sorry.
Mayor,
Where does he go?
he did his thing. He was good. Oh, Alfie, I'm harmless.
Don't believe that for a second.
I'm in a cast. What can I do? I'm injured.
That's for long.
Oh, anyway, it never happened.
I think you need a lozenge, Alfie.
Yeah, just
Well,
cough a
hello.
little.
Hello.
Hello. Uh oh.
Oh, I might.
Oh.
No.
Do you need some
Does
water?
Alfie need to go to the hospital?
Are you
You
choking?
having a stroke?
Alfie, do you smell toast?
I'll send you.
I
It was more like you need
don't
some
have any on
water.
me, I
You were
think.
kind of just choking on your spit there.
Is that all right?
You need some
Why?
water? I got
Am
water.
I legible?
I got
Yeah,
coffee. Unfortunately,
I
no
think
water.
you swallowed it. You did a good job.
Okay, thanks. Oh, I was joking. Thank you, mate, I do appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
Oh, what does everyone have planned for this evening then?
My uncle's doing case law after the storm.
Oh, hell yeah. Yeah, you were telling me about that just now. Any of you folks off to watch that?
Yeah, the case
Fortunately, me and Bryce have a pre-trial after storm, so we're heading down to the sheriff's office.
Oh, very nice.
Yeah, I'm gonna be doing
My
the
first one.
case law thing, so
Oh, yeah, very nice.
good to be informed.
Hi, Uncle John.
Good.
Hello,
Oh,
Kelly.
Jesus.
How you feeling? Yeah, so, see the shop suit doesn't feel good to be snuck up on, does it?
Oh, no, I didn't know that at all. Not one
Yeah.
bit.
That was a good one, Justice.
Just setting up some signage so people know where to go if they're going to show up for the court thing.
Oh, they put up sign.
I was gonna do it. Saves me a job.
Oh, I forget. I can't jump over that.
You're gonna set up the signs for me? So just put them at the front desk, point them over towards the courtroom. Okay, thank you. Well, it's starting in like 10 minutes, but I know we're all gonna get washed away. So
Don't be so
I'll get the one out here real quick. Such a lag on the chat right now. Oh. That's not how you ever. Those skateboards, no rollerblades. Ah, that's funny. Oh, I probably should have said roller skates. God damn it.
Chaser.
Yes.
Do you have a moment?
Yes. 1 second.
Mr. Roach had a question for us that I wanted to run past you.
Sure. 1 moment. I'm just putting up the sign here.
Um,
All right. Go ahead.
Mr. Roach expressed interest and asked if he could accompany us to witness the arbitration. I said that I didn't have a problem with it. However, I would have to talk to you about it.
Honestly, I would prefer this to be just us. This is my first one.
Understood. I figured.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll let him know
Because-
because like I said, yeah, I will let him know that
I
for
would
this
ju- I would
time
just
we
say-
want it just us.
Yes, because it's our very first one. We haven't. He can. He's more than welcome to join us in our second one. It's just this one we're trying to avoid going to court. So I don't need any distractions at all. Unfortunately, I really just want to
Yes.
focus on this one.
I agree. I 100%
Okay.
agree. Let me let him know and then we'll be off in just
Oh,
a
I
little bit.
can let him know.
Well, it's up to you. I can let him know or you.
God. Really got to work on the housing issue for this city. Has anyone seen a realtor? Is that a thing? Has anyone seen
I
a
have not
realtor?
seen any realtors.
Mm,
Right.
Mr. Roach.
No, I have not.
I
Mhm.
don't think they
Um,
exist.
I think
Let's, have
Yes,
just a
real
real quick here.
the front desk become
Yeah.
realtors because we can sell houses from here.
Yes.
For the
Yes. So Bryce let me know you wanted to tag along to witness our first pre-trial. Usually I wouldn't have any problem with that, but considering this is our first pre-trial and it's a pretty important one, we're trying to get this one avoid court at all costs. We would. I'm inclined to say just me and Bryce on this first one. We do have another case that we're going to be trialed pretty soon. You're more than welcome to join us on that one. But for this one, I would like it to keep it me and Bryce.
Yeah, that's no problem at all. I will say that I did say, Bryce, I wouldn't be saying a thing for it, and I'm literally just there to.
No, I
watch.
understand, but I
but
kind of
I
want to.
understand. Don't you worry. Yeah. The next one, just let me know.
Absolutely. No, like I said, we're just waiting for some more a written statement from one of our clients, and then we're gonna go ahead and file it, and then we should have the pre-trial soon after that. So more than likely sometime next week. Well, possibly Monday, depending how quickly they get back to me. But
Oh, the only thing is, my availability is not great. But it's all right. We'll do it at some point. Yeah, so I'll have time for it at some point.
okay, I'm sorry.
Well,
It's just like I
no,
said, it's
it's
our
all right,
very
it's all
first
right.
one, and so we're new to this ourselves, so we just want to kind of get the experience down first.
Yeah, no worries. Right, I'm gonna go settle down for this storm, but yeah, it's fine.
Right. Good thing. Yeah, I'm just saying. Don't forget to clock back in before we head out to the sheriff's office.
Right.
No,
I
I
didn't
have
want
to do
to.
it as
I
well.
didn't want to get his hopes up, like. But I
No.
was inclined to keep it just us as well.
No, I don't think that. I bet that. No, we this. I'm not nervous, but I want to stay focused. It's just this. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, we just don't know what's
I
going
don't
to
know.
happen, especially because it's not
Exactly.
the prosecutor's office. It
Exactly.
might not go as smoothly as we might think.
Exactly. No, no, I am 100%. Yeah. Let's get a taste for
Especially
it
if the
first, and then
officers are there too. It should just be the.
which they
Mr.
shouldn't, as
Garrison,
far as
but
I'm understanding.
I don't know. I'm just worried about that.
Yeah. Well, it shouldn't because we were told that our client shouldn't show up. So
Okay. By the way, I'm probably gonna
Alright.
I'm gonna remain silent Like, unless you want me to jump in at any point, so you just let me know.
Oh, okay, sure. I will do what I usually do. I'll say, do you have a follow-up statement or questions, Mr. Maxwell, or anything like that? And yeah,
Yeah.
to kind of cue you in. I could do that.
Yeah, just so I don't derail you or something, you know?
So we go talk over each other. Yeah, no, I appreciate that.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah.
I'm gonna
Alright,
take cover. 'Cause
I'm
they're
going
coming
to.
pretty hard.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, me too. I'm lagging, so yeah. I don't. I mean, I understand. I wouldn't want to. I don't think it's. I don't know. We have to try to get this. We're desperately trying to get this done in outside of court. If it wasn't so dependent on it, now we have to get this done under court. So I don't need any distractions. I don't need other people there. I don't need someone doing. I mean, I don't need somebody doing choking bits over there. I mean, no. Usually it wouldn't be a problem. I'd be open to it. Keep it interesting. But nah, this is our very first one. I'm taking it very serious because I wanna get this. I want to get this one. Man, I want to walk out of there with the sheriff, under sheriff agreeing to drop those three. Worst case, two of them. Because I think we can go back to Mr. Stacey and say, all right, they drop all three. Like, Richard, we did it. They're dropping them. Congratulations. And we look awesome. And word of mouth will spread. Or we get chewed and it says, like, all right, well, we can kind of, but I don't think so. I think if we, anything outside of the three not guilties, we're going to go to trial on. So we'll see. New territory, guys. Don't get me wrong. If it goes to trial, it's going to be a goofy, self-incriminating crim kind of, trial. It's going to be a bunch of like, oh, I can't believe you said that kind of thing. It's going to be funny. It's going to be fun. But I mean, I kind of want to win this first one. I want to become the winner. I want victory for, but we'll see. We'll just have to be creative on how we approach it. Ooh, still offline? Really? Yeah. And Bryce was on. Yeah, we were on the same page on that. I'm like, Bryce, you did not tell him, yes, did you? Because I swear to God. Why is this? No. It's just me, or one second. I want to check. See if Lude's the same problem. Yeah. Yeah, she's on. I think it's a service sign up yet. No biggie. As long as it's not just me. All right. I'll be back screen till it starts back up. Wrong one. Sorry. Damn it. Watch her reach out. Your dad's looking at the server. We'll go back up. God damn it. Ah. think it's back. Okay, chat, we're back. All right. Retrial time, guys. Whew, I'm not nervous. God damn it. Yeah. Ugh, that's one hell of a storm.
Hey there, Miss Chaser.
Yeah. Hello, that's one hell of a storm. All right, off to the sheriff's department. I'll be back and we'll go jogging. All right,
Ready?
head on over. Yep, ready as ever be.
All right.
You know, let's get over there before another storm happens.
Yeah.
But yeah, I just, if it wasn't Mr. Stacey's case where we were like depending on this not going to trial, I would, and wasn't, and our first one, I'd be like, no, by all means, feel free to sit on it. But yeah, I just want to
Yeah, I wasn't gonna say one way or the other. Obviously out of respect,
I
but
appreciate you didn't.
I don't really like if it was maybe planned like earlier,
Yeah, that's
but like
very
last
last minute.
I don't feel comfortable with that.
Yeah, yeah, I mean, I understand why he did. I might have, depending on my mood, would done the same, but nah, that wasn't. Yeah,
Yeah, I thought about it in his if I was in his shoes, I would have wanted to come along too, you know, but
I would have wanted to come along, but then I don't think I would have asked, not last minute like
I
that.
would understand too if somebody told me what we told him, you know.
Yeah, and I think he did. I think it was that fine spur of the moment. He's like, oh, maybe I can tag along, kind of thing. Ooh.
No matter, he didn't seem to take offense, so he understands. So
No, he
understand.
didn't. It was good. Because I said, like, yeah, the next one he can jump on board. Because that one,
Yeah, for sure.
that one, if he go to court. Actually, that one would probably do is be better if it went to court. Unless they agreed with us completely, but I doubt they will.
I'm gonna be honest there, but I really don't know how this is gonna go.
I don't either. I'm not familiar with the undersheriff. I don't know if he's a very reasonable man. And even if he is a reasonable man, is he having a good day? Is he having a bad day? We don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I've met him a few times. I like Under Sheriff Garrison. He seems like a good man.
Okay.
But
Okay,
you
that's
know,
good. That's
in
promising.
passing, I don't know how he does business. You know what I mean? So
That's fair. Come on, Trent.
oh, good lord.
Oh, wow. Southside, I guess you're alright, sir?
Yeah, it's a bad neighborhood, huh?
It is. So much for the... And so soon after the storm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. People must be really in a hurry to get somewhere.
I was worried, actually. I thought they were coming towards our car. I was about to lock.
Do you want me to see if you could park in the lot?
No, I think we're fine. I don't think...
Okay.
Oh, I hope. But if it happens again, then I am... Yeah, and then I'll never park nothing again. But I think we should be good.
Hey, how you doing?
Hello.
Hello, how are you?
Good. Very
Pretty
good.
good. We're here to meet with the undersheriff, Mr. Garrison, for a pre-trial, but we understand that he's having a meeting, so we're just here to wait patiently.
Okay, let me see if he's available. Bear with me a moment.
Thank you.
Are they? Thank you. Oh, it's Amber Chaser and Bryce Maxwell. Sorry,
Okay, thank you.
I think we introduced ourselves. I'm so focused.
Yeah. Maybe the nerves are starting to get to me a little.
Oh, it's anxious. I mean, I'm excited and nervous. You know, it's the unknown factor. Actually, guys, I'm doing the music. I'm doing the music. I'm gonna do. I just thought it. I'm doing the music. 1 second. How about put yourself on passive?
He'll be with you shortly.
Sure thing.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Do you know if the Chief Justice is still holding his thing? I saw it on the bulletin board for 6 p.m.
You should be.
Yes, it's going on
I-
right now.
They were gearing up for it right before they cleaned
Okay.
up for the storm.
And is that going to be down at the courthouse,
Hall.
or where is he held? City Hall. Okay, perfect.
Yeah, City Hall. You go to the West Wing courtroom.
Mm-hmm. Okay, perfect. I might go check that out. Thank you.
You're welcome.
You're very welcome.
Good evening. How are we doing?
Pretty
Good
good.
evening.
Mr. Garrison?
Good. Yes,
Pleasure to meet you. I just thought we had met before. It's good to see you again.
I think we have briefly at City Hall.
Yeah,
for
briefly. Briefly in the
those-
cells.
For the reminder, I am Under Sheriff Logan Garrison, Ms. Chaser, and Mr. Maxwell, if I remember correctly, right?
Yes, correct.
Yes, public
Fantastic.
defenders.
Okay, let's go upstairs. We'll go to my office and let's see what we can do here.
Sure thing.
Appreciate you.
How's your
coming
day going
down.
so far? Oh, no problem.
Okay. Well, I'll let you in. I need 2 seconds once we get there. I'll be right back.
Sure thing. Oh,
Sorry about that. Doors are quick to lock.
all
in
the
this
time.
building.
Tight security.
as they should be. Yeah, no. Well, wish we had at City Hall.
All right. Take a seat. I'll be 2 seconds. I'll be right back with you, okay? I apologize.
Absolutely. Take your time. Nope, no need to. Oh. Must be from the same manufacturer that shares in that one office.
No, these may not be too comfortable to sit on. I might just stand for this
Yeah,
meeting.
I think I'm just gonna stand. Yeah. No, I was gonna say I think they're made from the same manufacturer that one office chairs. I can see
I
them.
just look like I don't need my back hurting while I'm trying to talk through this here. I'm just gonna put
My
this
office
out
had a
there.
couch.
We got this, Amber.
No, we do. We do. And I got a good feeling from medium. I've run into him before, so I think it'll be very reasonable. Also, because I've known him to be fidgety myself, you might want to consider I'm thinking passively. In case you want to do the same.
Um, say that once more.
Oh, I was just saying I'm thinking passively, just because I know I sometimes fidget. In case you wanted to just say, I don't think it's an issue for you. It's more me.
I guess I just want to kind of see where he goes first, you know, and then
I don't think he picked up
I'm
on
not
that.
sure how
It's
much
fine.
I will have to comment on things.
All right. Well, like I said, I'll try to give you cues. Like I appreciate. I mean, I appreciate your input on anything, so I'll leave it open to you, and you can just say, nope, I have nothing to add, or whatever you want to do. But yeah, I'll definitely let you.
Yeah, perfect.
And if there's something you feel is very important, well, I'm just discussing with the undersheriff, maybe make a gesture, or lock eyes with me or something, so I know to give you a moment to afterwards to add. That's something we could do too. Visual cues.
That works.
Now that I
could do
think
that.
about it, yeah, we got this. We're good.
Wonder if he maybe ran to go get a coffee or something, you know?
But I hope we didn't take him away from his actual meeting. Like I said, we could wait until his meeting is over.
I mean, what did he have another meeting he had to go to?
No, no. They always have a meeting after storm meeting. The sheriff's department
Oh,
does after every storm. So I told him that we would head on down there and just basically wait until he was done. If that was the case.
I got you. I didn't know they had meetings around this time, so that's good to know.
Yeah, yeah, for future reference.
I guess because you know, the schedulers kind of switch things up, you know, we'll know just to maybe schedule things a little bit earlier, a little bit later than now.
Yeah, I noticed we have like one less storm nowadays. Yeah, weather's getting better.
You think they might have this room bugged?
I would sure hope not. I would need to double check the Constitution or the Penal Code regarding what recording laws in the state.
I don't
Whenever it's a
recall there
mutual,
being any.
that might be something we want to add. I know some states are, it has to be mutual consent. Some of it can be one-way consent. I think also, I don't know that's 19 use. That might be 19. A more modern day, actually. But hey, we can make it happen. We can
You never know. I don't know.
be a
At the
little.
agency I was at, we'd have some offices that were, you know, were bugged and some that were not, you know. The ones that were used for various things. You never know. Maybe I'm just paranoid.
Oh, I thought you had to. I mean, I know that you did like when you do a what you call it? What's that? When you're grilling the suspect, They usually have a tape recorder out in the open right there. And
Interrogation?
they, interrogation, man. I can't believe I forgot that. It's like, what's the word? Yeah.
Oh yeah, I mean you have a tape recorder in interrogation rooms, but there's a new tactic where like, if you're interviewing people and you interview them in an office rather than an interrogation room, it makes them a little bit more comfortable and makes them ease up a bit,
I'm not sure how I feel about that.
Well, there's no difference. Instead of doing questioning in an interrogation room, you just sometimes you use a different room.
Right, but what people sometimes say not even criminals, but non-criminals say in an office building, office room, thinking with privacy, they wouldn't say if they knew that they're being recorded. I mean, but that's
Hey,
that's something to
the
really
agency
there.
had
Listen,
their
we're sorry.
ways.
Yeah, that's fine. Like I said, it depends on the state laws. Oh hell no. Well, I like about California. Well, I've been going back and forth growing up on that, but I think ultimately it's good.
Okay, I'm so sorry for making you wait there.
That's
No
all
problem.
right. No worries.
Alrighty. This is report 15, correct?
Correct. Instead of 15.
Let me just get closer here so we can have a good discussion.
Sure thing.
Alrighty, Stacey Rickey pleaded not guilty to 1 count of bribery, 1 count of disorderly conduct, and 1 count of assault of a government employee. If you don't mind me starting off here, we could probably take care of a couple of these pretty quick. Is any
Oh,
objections
that sounds
to that?
good.
All right.
No, by all means.
The first count of bribery. When speaking to the arresting officer, the reason that was charged is he made some overt mentions of paying people money to let him go. However, that did not make it into the report. So as far as I'm concerned, that is gone. We'll take that off.
All right.
So that's an easy one.
Yeah, that's
any
yep, one down.
objections or questions?
No.
Any objections or questions on that?
Oh, sorry. I said no. Absolutely no. I said that's one down.
All
You're right. This is going smoothly.
Try to be fair here. 1 count disorderly conduct.
Appreciate that.
He pled not guilty to that one. From speaking to the arresting officer, this was kind of a downgrade for Grand Theft Auto B, where you'll see in the report here he did jump into the arresting officer's vehicle. However, he did not drive away in it and took himself out of the vehicle once ordered, and another deputy got in. The other options would have been obstruction. They went with disorderly conduct instead for the lower charge. However, again, it is such a minor thing, and he did not steal the vehicle. I am willing to drop that one entirely as well.
Perfect.
We're good on that one?
So far, so good. No, we're
Okay,
good.
that brings us to the assault of a government employee. According to the arresting officer, this came about where he said pay him $50 or they wouldn't kidnap her or throw her off a bridge. For our part, we take that seriously. Threats against officers' safety and their lives. At this point, I am maintaining the assault of a government employee.
Okay. So we would like
So-
to see that actually reboot. Oh, go ahead.
But
Okay. So we spoke with our client. We think that one's a misunderstanding, I believe. Our client is adamant that he did not, if he offered him $50, he would not do the act in question. He said that if Commander Sky wanted to put out a similar request against the Vagos, that he would do it for $20. He wasn't trying to use any kind of bribery tactic. tactics on that one. He was actually trying to offer the same services back to her. I know that as crazy as that sounds, but that's what he said that he had said to her originally when they approached him.
Okay, so the quoted line that I had was, yeah, the Vagos tasked him to recover $50 or they would be thrown off a bridge. He's saying that that's not what he intended, or he didn't say that at all, or
Well, it wasn't like, well, our understanding from looking at the police report was that we got the impression that he like told Commander Sky that if you pay me $50, I won't do this. And at the time, and at the time, I don't believe he was. It was my understanding he was more telling Commander Sky that the Vagos had approached him with this, and he said he made no attempt to actually fulfill this threat.
I see. Okay. So with respect to the charge, what are you looking for on behalf of your client? Then are you looking for it to be dropped or
We are
taken down
because
to another one,
Mr.
or
No, we're actually looking to have it dropped completely. Speaking to Mr. Rickey, Mr. Rickey, I know you might not believe it, but he does have a respect for the law and what you do, and he wants to make sure that the law is upheld to the fullest and applied correctly. Because as he puts it, his profession and your profession, they're kind of mutually benefit from each other. So, his main priority here is making sure that the letter of the law is enforced correctly, and that's why he pled guilty to all the other charges. He freely admits that he committed wrong and wasn't trying to get out of this, but he's adamantly that he did not try to find bribery in any sense of the term. And looking over the description of bribery, I don't feel it really fits that charge because bribery says as an official act. As he puts it, goonery is not really an official act. So,
right? Okay, I think there may be some confusion then on the application of the charge. So the bribery, which again is already dropped, that was in regards to what was told to me that he was offering money in exchange for officers releasing him from
the
custody.
assault. I'm sorry, you're right. I'm sorry, you're right.
Yeah, the assault is specifically the threat of throwing a deputy off a bridge.
You're right. I'm sorry. I got confused. I apologize.
Okay. Yeah, the bribery and disorderly, those are done, but the assault is more my concern. Obviously we don't take that lightly in this state. The
Understood.
idea of a threat is something I don't personally tolerate. But
Understood.
we can have a discussion on that. I mean, the officer who the threat was made is here. We can have a quick chat with them on their feelings on it.
From what, again, like I said, when we speak to Derek Lyon, he said he basically informed of Commander Sky that the Vagos had done that. When we spoke to him, he said he had no action towards Commander Sky in any way towards like what was it again, for like $50 or throw her off a bridge. So he adamantly is saying that he didn't know such gesture. He was just sitting in front of the police police department, like he tends to do. So that is why he's hoping to get that dropped.
Okay. Yeah, so I mean, obviously he didn't lay hands. Otherwise, we'd be looking at battery instead. There, the assault is simply the verbal exchange or the making of the threat to throw them off the bridge. So it sounds like what he's asserting then is that the Vagos ultimately made the threat and he was relaying it. Is that what we're going for here?
He had shared that when speaking to him, he said he made it sound like he simply shared, like he was informing Commander Sky that they had done that.
Okay.
Yeah, he was doing his civil duty to report to the officers that this offer had been made.
Bryce, are you whispering? My chance having a hard time hearing.
Yes.
I heard him, and
Um,
these rooms are pretty well soundproofed, so you're fine to speak freely here.
I'm sorry. Did you hear me, sir?
I heard you. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. You.
Okay. I just want to make sure I hear you too. Go ahead, Bryce.
Okay. Let me do this. Let me go talk to Commander Sky quickly and get her thoughts on that one. Obviously, if they were to go to court, she would be the primary witness testifying to this effect. And let me see if there's a deal to be made there. Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Do you mind hanging out for another 30 seconds or so? This won't take
Absolutely.
long.
No.
Of course.
All right.
Sure thing.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Do you need food or water or anything, or are you good?
I am.
I
I
think
could
I'm
use some
okay, thank
food,
you.
like a sandwich.
You need some food? Here, I got.
Sure.
Just pick these up fresh. There you are.
Oh, I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
You're not vegetarian, I hope.
No, I am not. I'm a
Okay.
Midwest girl.
All right.
Grew up on beef.
Fair enough. All right, sit tight. I'll be right back.
Absolutely. Okay, this is going pretty well, though. I apologize. I got mixed up there for a second.
That's okay.
I wish they were. Oh,
I'm glad you did kind of point out that it was more of a report he was trying to make, and that's what
Mhm.
I think that's the difference as far as what he was expressing.
right. Because I mean, we know that because of the trial, he's gonna say, "Yes, I informed her," and
If I'm just saying, if they do speak to Commander Sky and they end up not willing to work with us, I do want to bring up the fact that she drew her weapon on an unarmed man.
why we can
But
bring
we
up
can
that.
kind
Yeah,
of
that's a
keep
good
that in our
point.
back pocket.
Yes, good strategy. I like that a lot.
Because although they consider it hinges around verbal threats, he obviously was unarmed, and he didn't have
Mhm.
the intent or the ability to do anything to physically harm her. So there's no reason that she should have used that sort of force against our client. So we could use that as like a, you know,
Trump card. Yeah, I
trump card,
agree.
yeah.
I like that a lot. Good idea. Let's just hope that Commander's guy be like, you know what? Let's just get the out of the hair. He pleaded guilty to all the big stuff, and then we can walk out here, heroes. I'm actually, this has been a great experience so far. I'm kind of sad that he can't be the prosecutor every time. He's very
surprised
reasonable.
we didn't have to argue about the bribery.
No. I can't believe I got those two mixed up. I think I was so surprised. That's why I was arguing the bribery instead of the assault.
Yeah, we both knew the aggravated battery was going to be the tough one though.
Hmm. So, and I'm whispering now, so let me know if you can't hear me. If, just to be on the safe side. So if he comes in and says that Commander Sky doesn't want to budge on this, I'm gonna go ahead and move towards like, well, you mentioned that Commander Sky here. I'm curious to wonder why that our client's saying that she actually it was Sky that assaulted him. Go from there. You think that's the way we should do it?
I would probably start off easy, saying, "Hey, you know, I understand, you know, however, our
Maybe
client,
ask
you know, made this interaction in good faith with Commander Sky
Okay, I'm
to
escalating
report
it too quickly.
this issue. However, you know, our client, you know, at that time was unarmed and had no intentions of harming Commander Sky. And
Mhm.
in this case, you know, we feel as though Commander Sky's escalation to her service weapon was a bit unnecessary and placed our client into undue fear for just for doing a civil duty and reporting, you know, something like that. You know what I mean?
You know what we could also? Sorry to interrupt you. That's that fear that they'll pop in any moment. We could also argue the fact that if he would, I mean, he had no inclination to act on it because his whole purpose. I mean, when they approached him, it was because he was setting up in front of the during his, where his loitering is essentially in front of the police officer. And even when Mrs. Commander Sky was there, he still was more focused and more concerned about, selling his services at his spot. So we could use that as part of the argument that he was just informing and not. You feel that'd be a good approach?
I see what you're getting at. I think we also have to make sure we don't go too into detail as well. So
I know. Only reason why I'm going a little bit more this because we're almost there, and I have
close,
a good feeling that we
we're
can
really
get.
close. It might be
Yeah,
worth
I mean,
divulging a little bit more detail to see if we can get this done.
yeah, I'm willing to risk that.
My main thing is we just have to reiterate that this was him doing his civil duty to report and that he wasn't making any sort of threats, and he offered his services in return for making the report. But well, he made his his services known, in case
Oh,
she wanted to
I
hire
know
him
exactly
for
how
work.
yeah. I see what you're saying. Yeah, I know exactly how to phrase that. Good thinking. Good
Okay.
thinking. Okay. Good done.
You
I know
got
how
this.
to do it. Yeah, I think we got this.
Let's talk about if they are not willing to drop it. Is there any sort of deal you think we'd be willing to take?
He might take the 2 down. I mean, 2 out of 3. He might, though. I'm worried. We can maybe see if they're willing to. Well, they might counter offer it with a reduced charge. Me.
Well, maybe.
Definitely.
Okay, appreciate your patience.
No problem.
Pardon me. Okay, so just so I'm clear on this again, your client is stating what exactly?
So yeah, I understand that our client, Mr. Rickey, he's a unique individual, and that his profession is problematic. But behind that madness, there is some reason. After speaking with them, I think this is truly a misunderstanding because he was informing Commander Sky as just to let her know that happened. It wasn't meant as a threat. And that is why he offered his services to her to, I guess, the Vagos. I think he was trying more informing her as a business sale kind of thing, not as a threat. So that's why he's so adamantly and so frustrated that he's been charged as a threat because he did not intend it. But I can understand why that could be misunderstood as such. So that's why we're trying to clear that up on his behalf.
Trying to clear the air. Okay. So if I'm understanding it again, he was offered a task by the Vagos, and he was informing Commander Sky of what that task was and offering his protection.
Because I
got that right?
Yeah, you want to offer, he's Commander Sky, want to hire him to offer some kind of thing against the Vagos. Yes.
Okay.
Which I know how it sounds, but I mean, this is Mr. Rick. We all familiar with him. Yeah.
That kind of behavior is going to land him in hot water eventually. I'm willing to do that. How about this?
Okay.
If he would provide a written affidavit or statement to that effect, saying that, he was hired for a task, we will drop the charge for the assault. Do you think you would agree to
I
that?
honestly, does he have to name the Vagos?
If he knows a
Or did
name,
he
that
just
would be
say-
preferable. However, I think we will accept a general association. It's
You
not
might
going to
do
be
a
enough for
general.
us to seek any kind of charges against anybody, but it would be better in the long run, I think, to have at least something on file that says that this happened the way that he's saying it happened.
It might, if it's general, we might be able to. As he does, as he puts it, he does value client confidentiality. Like you said, he doesn't keep PO boxes on his person. I tried to give him mine. He said, "Nope, I don't want it. Thank you."
Okay.
Whatever stuff. So, but if we can keep it general, I can try to convince him on that. The statement saying, "I was informing Commander Sky that this was out in the open, in the air."
Mm.
And if we do that, you're willing to drop that charge as well?
Yes.
Okay, we can definitely bring that to Mr. Stacey and see what he says, and let you know.
Yeah, let me know what he says. Obviously, it's there's not a huge time limit on this or anything right now. So if he gets back to you the next day or a couple days, and you can let me know. You don't have to be specific in it. You can just send the letter back to the same place that you have been, saying, we've got an agreement, and then we can set a time and exchange that, and I can clear this off my desk and yours.
All right, sounds good. Yes.
All right.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Fantastic. Glad we could work something out.
No, this was relatively painless. I appreciate your cooperation on this very much.
No problem.
And thanks for
We're all here for the same thing, ultimately, I think. So, that is fair justice and people getting what they actually deserve. So this is good.
Absolutely. No, this is very good.
Alrighty.
We appreciate your time.
No worries.
Absolutely.
Thanks
Yes,
for
thank
coming
you
in.
very much.
Appreciate the schedule. Sorry about yesterday. I totally forgot that I had something out of state to do. So
No problem. I'm sorry we didn't realize that with the weather improving and the less storms, that it was right at storm time. So we'll try to make sure not to schedule any meetings.
that's how it goes. That's just how it goes.
Yeah, that's true.
All right. Well, you know how to reach me. Just let me know if it's a yes or a no within the next, as soon as you find out. Again, I'll just keep an eye out for it, and we'll go from there. Do
Okay.
you
Well,
know,
I'll be
has he already paid the fines for these or no?
I personally did not know. I haven't. I
Okay.
didn't. I'm gonna reach out to him today, regarding
Okay.
this, regarding our progress. I
Mhm.
haven't reached out to Jill until we out to him. I'm gonna reach out to him until we move forward on it. I just let him know that we were gonna be meeting and discussing the pre-trial, and then I'll update him once the pre-trial is completed.
Okay. Perfect. Yeah, double check if he's. Unfortunately, I have no way of actually confirming who's paid what fines or what fines are owed. So I would appreciate it if there's some sort of notification, because obviously, if he's paid it already, he'll need to be refunded for the charges that are being dropped. And you might want to speak with the Chief Justice in regards to the time he served, if there's compensation for that as well. I'm not sure what the rate is right now. So.
Okay, we can do that as well.
Yeah, we can.
Alrighty.
Chat with him.
Perfect. Okay. Any other questions, or I think we're good to go. I think we all got a thing to do at City Hall next, don't we?
Yep.
No, yeah, no,
Sounds like it.
definitely.
Perfect. Alrighty.
I
Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you again. No, thank you for yours.
I'll probably see you up at City Hall shortly.
No, see you there.
Definitely will. We'll be there.
And unlock everything.
Alrighty. Have a good rest of your day.
You too.
You too. Briefly. Oh my god, that went well. Not 100%, but damn, that was close.
Whew, okay.
Wow,
That was,
that's good.
That went a lot better than I really thought that was going to go.
Yeah, that was. Oh my god. So yeah, I don't know how. I mean, I'm glad that he might go for it. If
Got an
he doesn't
idea.
name the Vagos, because you got an idea. What's your idea? Tell me.
He's not gonna want to write. I don't think this man's gonna write a damn thing. But if we can get him in the office and get him to agree to it, maybe we can take his what is it
Sorry,
called
we
again?
write it out. His statement, his
His
sworn statement,
Yeah, he can give it to us orally, and we can write it for him.
and then he just sign it or whatever, or whatever.
Yeah, and he can sign it. Does that sound like a good idea or no?
We could try to see if he's willing to write it, or we see if he wants us to write it for him. And he's willing to sign it. Like I said, I know he said he would never give up a client, but if he doesn't have to name the Vagos, which they said he don't have to, he could just say, yeah, I told Commander Sky that someone paid, and it's not naming anybody. No one's there. It is what it is.
Exactly. Mr. Garrison did say something about Mr. Stacey being affiliated with the Vagos, but we both know that for Mr. Rickey's
hear that.
statement, when he talked to us, he
He's
stated he wasn't affiliated. So I'm hoping they will accept a statement from him that just does not mention the Vagos whatsoever.
right. No, because that's their error and beliefs work. Then that's gonna. I'm sure but they're thinking like, oh, well, even if it's a statement without naming the Vagos, that it's basically he's snitching on his game. But when they actually bring the Vagos in, they're gonna say, no, he's not a Vago. He was a contractor, and that's gonna kind of be a little bit of mud on their face kind of situation.
Yeah. I think
Yeah,
that'll
I know.
also
I
make
think
sure
this
to keep
is
our clients safe too.
exactly. That can actually help him. We can actually sell him on that. Though I don't know he's too worried about it because he did actually admit to it verbally. But if the only thing on record is that he just says somebody and doesn't name the Vagos, that might actually make him look good to the Vagos because it says he didn't name the Vagos. If should that ever get leaked or whatever.
Well,
I
that's his
mean, maybe we could
business, you
sell
know?
it like that. Yeah, I mean, I'm just trying to think all the angles on this.
No, I agree with you though.
All right.
It tracks. Wow, our first successful arbitration, as long as they accept
Yeah.
it, and we can actually get him to give us one.
Exactly. Yeah. I'm gonna reach out to him. Whoa, I am saying things. Yeah, I wanna reach out to him today with the good news.
Hopefully we
and
can
see if we can get meet up
maybe done.
today. Yeah. I want to say the last time we met with him was on the weekend, wasn't it?
Was it on a Saturday?
I think so. I think I'll do that after. Let's go check out the High Justice class. I want to show a prize support.
Yeah, I really wanted to make this case wall seminar.
That was good, guys. I appreciate. That cop is Amber Chaser's favorite cop right now in the city. She's gonna light up and be
Hello.
so fucking nice and so.
Hello.
Hey, how's it going? Man, that was solid. I
Yeah,
mean, we
finished
were on the
this up.
same page.
Hello.
No, I don't need a break.
Hi.
Damn it. We'll go forever. I'm gonna live
Hello.
forever. All right. So, any other follow-up questions on Miranda, Arizona at all?
That was Commissioner Scott.
Oh, okay, good. If I get some Miranda cases, like I expect that Miranda's going to be. Also, I'd highly recommend, and this is probably part of your high command, always notate in your report when the person was Mirandized and what they answered.
Got him right here.
Oh, I do have a question regarding Miranda rights. Let's
Yeah.
say someone is absolutely belligerent, and you read them the rights like 2 times, and they're still
Sure.
saying like, "No, I don't understand it." Like, how do you proceed from there?
So, and possibly the sheriff can articulate this a little bit better, but I'll do my best. How I would handle it is, you would go line by line, so sentence by sentence, to like, you have the right to remain silent. Do you understand that? Get a yes or a no. You have the right to an attorney. Do you understand that? Get a yes or no. And if you need to break down word by word, do that. But if they're just completely uncooperative, assume that they're not going to talk to you. They're giving you no answer in Miranda. So I would just not ask them questions at that point. And they may just spontaneously utter stuff. Oh, one last note on Miranda. If they say that they don't want to talk to you, the police can still ask them questions, just not about the crime. They can be like, "Are you okay? Do you need food or water? Like, did you see the baseball game last night?" As long as it's not an investigative question, that sort of stuff. They're free to do that and then have a conversation with the subject. And if the subject does spontaneous utterance from there, that's on them. And the police have a lot of tricks that they can use. It's good. And lawful. Very lawful. Okay. And finally, of the what I call the big 5 is Carroll v. United States. This has to do with a kind of exigent circumstances along with Fourth Amendment seizures of property. So, for example, we'll go back to our traffic stop where somebody's saying, "Hey, are there drugs in the? I got to put my drugs in the glove box." The police are not required to get a search warrant for a vehicle. Is treated very differently than a home. Like, as opposed to if somebody said like, "Hey, I'm going to go put my drugs away
what's
under
that
my
case?
couch," the police still have to get a search warrant for that house before they can enter it. A car is different because a car can be shifted from locations.
It's
Anybody
business.
can get into there. Anyone can move things around in that. It is not a fixed place or fixed address. So if they have PC, they can get into that vehicle, but they need
Yeah,
PC.
it's
They
Pennsylvania
can't just
versus
have
Mims.
RS.
No, take that back. No, that's
sounds
Terry.
like-
Is that Terry versus
Nope.
LI?
Sorry,
Gemma.
Gemma.
No, that's fine. Go, Gemma. Take care of things. Keep the city safe.
Sorry.
So,
Right, no, that
in
was the
cases like
Mims.
that,
That
it's
was-
pretty direct that they are not required to have a warrant to search a vehicle. If they have probable cause that there is that vehicle is either involved in or has some criminal activity around it.
That's no
And
lie.
I
it's
mean
Terry versus
criminal
LI.
of a misdemeanor or above sort of level, not just like a
Well,
traffic infraction.
He's saying
Again,
advice to
if
be
they
able to. I
Go
don't
through
know.
a red
I'm
light.
talking
You
on my
don't
ass. I
just get
should
to
shut
freely
up.
search their car as a police officer. So that one's pretty simple, and that's a pretty direct one. And then the last 3. The last 3 are weird. So there's Frazier versus Cup, which is 1969. But it's important that citizens know this and that the police know the limitations on what they can use with this. This allows law enforcement, essentially, to lie to you. That lie, the lies that they can talk to you or suspects about are limited. They have to be in the scope of an investigation. And they also have to be in the scope of, they cannot give you promises of litigation, like favorable times and fines. And they cannot lie to you that you're not really under arrest. Because if they say you're under arrest, you are under arrest. They can't just say you're under arrest and then like I was lying about that. You're free to go. They can't do that. Like when they say you're under arrest or you're being detained, they have to be 100% direct and honest about that. If they say
Ooh, I
that
got
they're
a
charging you
question
with
to
a
ask
specific
'em.
crime, they have to be 100% honest with that. However, what they can do is, let's say that you've been arrested, that you've been pulled into questioning, and let's say you did actually commit a crime with a friend of yours.
This might be key, guys.
Let's say myself and Gretchen went to go rob a bank, and we come out. We had our guns. Police arrest us. We were clearly in the bank. Whatever. And then they bring us back to the station. They read us our Miranda rights before starting to question us, and they separate us into two different places.
This,
An officer
wait,
can
this
come
is
in and
exactly.
tell me
This is the
that,
best
hey,
cop.
Gretchen,
It's the best
she
case.
already told us what happened. She said it was your idea. She
That's what he
said that,
did.
like, you know, you were driving. This is all your fault, John. You know, this is 100% your fault. This is what it is. And this officer could completely lie about that, and that's perfectly legal. To try to not coerce, but try to get me to tell him what happened. To get me to tell him what my perspective of things. To get me to maybe confess. Because the idea would be like, well, Gretchen's going to cut a deal unless you tell me what's going on here. That's a perfectly valid lie. What they can't do is they can't say that, well, you know what? I'm gonna not charge you with robbing the bank if you tell me what's gone on here. Like if you just tell me what Gretchen did on this. Because at that point, they have to follow through on that. They can't lie about that and be like, I tell them everything and then charge me with the bank robbery. They have then made a very specific legal give and take at that point. That would then becomes illegal, and then the whole statement could be thrown off by that. Because essentially what they're doing is they're doing almost coercion to get me to say something. Where I would honestly believe that they could change the charges for me, and then they choose not to after that. Because the only person who can change a charge really is the people from the district attorney's office. That's the only people who do that. So officers can lie to you, but it's limited in scope. Is that surprising to anybody? Does that surprise anyone?
No, not really.
Not really. Surprised the hell out of me.
I do have a quick question.
Sure.
So it does involve what you're saying about the legal give and take.
Yeah.
So, say for example, an officer says to my clients that if they plead guilty, they can have X, Y, Z time off. If they follow through with that, then it's all above board, yeah.
Yes, because they're not making. Because at that point, they cannot lie. They can't just be like, "Hey, if you plead guilty, I'm going to give you 50% time off." If they don't follow through with that, like, yeah, they've made. There's a actual term for that, and I'm blanking on it. But basically, they didn't follow through legally with what their requirements are. And
Okay.
yeah,
Perfect.
and then that's something that can be fought in civil court later on. It's not a criminal action; it's a civil action at that point.
I have a question.
I had a question.
And then Cohen v. California. Moving on. Cohen v. California.
Actually,
Bryce had a question.
I have a quick.
Oh, sorry, I can't hear you. Speak up.
I had a question.
Yeah, what do you got, Bryce?
So I guess I'm trying to understand the difference between when officers are unable to change the charge. You said they weren't able to change it, only the district attorney's
Once
office
we have a
can,
more
right?
fleshed out DA's office, that'll be the case. But right now, officers have discretion on shifting charges around and working with like defense attorneys like yourself.
I got you. Okay, because down the south, I've had them, reduce.
Yeah,
charges,
that's totally fine.
If the district attorney's office, gets staff, when we're in cell reps, would they still be able to change those charges or no?
Yeah. Because I mean, the whole idea would be there would be a defense lawyer and a district attorney there to then like push that along.
Oh, I got you. Okay.
But right now, it's totally fine and totally appropriate for officers to give reduced charges based off of like guilty pleas. That's totally appropriate.
Okay.
They can do that. Yeah.
I have a follow-up question.
Yes, Miss Chaser.
Yes, regarding the case regarding officers being able to lie, just so I can understand it better. So let's
Sure.
say they have two suspects, they split them off, and
Mhm.
which is basically you're kind of, if I'm correct, you're explaining like a prisoner's dilemma, basically, right?
Yep.
Whereas they're saying each one is saying that the other one did it. Let's say they try to do that where they go to one client and they say, "Oh yeah, you admitted that you guys did it, totally." And that client doesn't buy it. He's like, "Nope, I know he wouldn't do it. No."
Mhm.
They can't actually they have to try completely drop that. They can't actually like do any charges based off it because it is a lie, correct? It was like a gambit.
Oh, it's a gambit, yeah. But I mean, if they were arrested, you would hope that there was PC for that arrest. You know what I mean? Like,
Correct.
so they just may want like the confession to cinch the final little part of it. You know what I mean?
Okay, but
you're
they
right.
can't
If they
tell
don't
the
have,
client.
if they didn't have PC to begin with to arrest them, that's a little sketchy. That's on sketchy ground. Just to begin with.
But like I say, for like hypothetically, like if they're there and the client says, "No, I know my partner wouldn't say that," like, "Oh yeah, he totally did," and that's why we're gonna arrest you both, and they go and proceed. Can they say that or do that or?
So what they can't do, and maybe, and hopefully this will
I might be
clear this up.
overthinking it.
So let's say there's a different version of this. Let's say, hey, the police ask you and your friend to come in for questioning, and you agree to it. You voluntarily show up there, and then let's say that occurs where it's like a cop comes in like, hey, your buddy just told us that you robbed a bank. Like, we're going to put you under arrest for this unless you do this. That is one of those coercive things where you need to know your rights of, oh, you're going to put me under arrest for this? Well, I'm going to walk out of this room because they haven't put you under arrest at that point. They're saying that they're going to put you under arrest, but they haven't. So you could then walk out of that room. If they put you under, they don't have PC for that, then that's a huge problem. So that would be like calling their bluff, so to speak.
Okay, I understand now.
Yeah, you're right. This is why we pay lawyers, because we ask these questions, because the stuff gets tricky. Because the police can do a lot of things, and sometimes they step over a line.
We got them dead, the rides, boys.
And
This
it's very important for lawyers to be there
other
to
case
make sure
is
that
dead. I want
those
that to go to
lines don't get
trial.
crossed. And I'm not saying that they do it purposefully or willfully, but it does happen from time to time.
Basically, what they did, they tried to do.
To protect your
That's
rights.
what they tried to do that thing that they were talking. He was just talking about that thing.
Okay, anything else
But
on
they're trying
that?
to say, "Oh yeah,
Because it's an important
your
topic.
buddy totally admitted to it. He didn't bite."
Right. Okay, we're going to move on.
So he didn't.
So this
He
is
absolutely and said, "I
what I like
actually
to
heard him
call,
say he didn't."
Is cursing a disturbance in itself? Is fuck truly that bad of a word?
Gasp.
So this is Cohen v. California. This is basically as a ramification of the final like kind of sort of case law and obscenity laws. In Cohen v. California, basically it start off with a gentleman has a jacket on, is walking by, I think, City Hall or something to that effect, and the jacket on the back says "fuck the draft."
They tried to pull a phaser out too.
An officer sees that, and the officer arrests him for disorderly conduct. The person didn't do anything else. I don't even think said anything to anybody else. Just having the jacket, and he was being under arrest for just having the word "fuck" on a jacket because it's an obscene word. The Supreme Court struck this down as an unlawful arrest because the idea is that it's protected speech. And getting more to the point, it's not illegal for me to say fuck right here, right now. It will be different if I'm running court here because there's decorum and there's contempt and like like there's a whole other thing. But out on the street, if you see me walking on the road and you say "fuck you," just like that in a very calm voice, that is perfectly legal for you to do. It's protected under your rights. You can say, "I fucking hate cops. Cops are the worst." I can say lawyers are the worst. They're terrible people. All they want is blood and money, and they just want to ruin people's lives. It's wrong, but
true.
it's protected speech.
I'm joking.
See? And that's protected speech. Mr. Rizzo leaving. However, what you can't do is you can't scream the
Go
word
back.
fuck in the middle of like City Hall. You can't scream it in the middle of the street while people are walking around you. You can't just scream obscenities and cause a disturbance. That's not protected by free speech. That's disorderly conduct. Much like you can't scream fire in a crowded theater if there isn't a
I was
fire.
gonna say this. The fire.
That's disorderly conduct.
Right.
It's basically just saying that you can curse at people. Your First Amendment rights are protected as long as you're doing it in a
Exactly. Like,
reasonable
that's
level.
this is
You're
a version
not
of
disturbing
fire and of
anybody else.
crowded.
And disturbing means like you are in the physical act of like inhibiting somebody from either attending to business or their own right to transit down like the side of the road. It's if you just say, if you're standing on the corner saying "fuck you," and people are walking by you, that's perfectly legal. And hopefully that's much as fuck is said in this courtroom. Yes, ma'am.
In regards to people using specific words,
I know
let's
what
say I'm
she's
trying to
talking
process
about.
someone and they're continuously calling me a specific name, whatever they're wanting to call, just some sort of obscene, like bitch or whatever, and they're repeatedly saying it. And then they no longer want to talk to me. They're not letting me do anything, but they're just saying, bitch, 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 shut up. Is that now a disorderly conduct situation since I am not able to proceed with what I'm trying to get done due to that distraction? Or is that still fair because it's not stopping the public from doing certain things? Like, where does that fall when someone's being belligerent with their words to the point where it's difficult for you to finish your task? I hope that makes sense.
No, I get you, officer, and it's a good question, especially in terms of law enforcement, because like there's a certain level of danger and like there's a certain level of inconvenience that you kind of sign up for having that badge.
True.
However, there is nothing in any of the code of conduct for being a law enforcement officer that says that you have to take that level of disrespect and uncooperativeness ever. There's nothing in there, and because it turns into the whole idea of like, let's say, to give you maybe a different scenario, let's say I'm walking down the street and some guy's walking behind me saying "fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you" at a very calm voice, but following me and doing that. That's disorderly conduct. That is, I'm trying to leave the situation and I am unable to leave that situation because this person is following me. It's the same thing with you having somebody in the cells. You have control over the space that they're in. If they're just yelling and screaming at you and you are getting nowhere, regardless of what they're saying, I would say move away from that person, do their processing, let them know that they're going to jail or whatever it is, inform them of that, and send them on their way. Because if they're not going to be cooperative with you, why put yourself in that position? It does kind of cut both ways. And if it gets to the point where they're screaming at the top of their lungs in the cell and you cannot get to any point in your station to get away from it and they will not stop, honestly, I don't know why we don't have a gag, but I would seriously consider making sure that their rights are definitely taken care of, none of their rights are violated, but just getting as far away from them and just realizing they're not going to be cooperative. Like if they're not answering Miranda right questions, if you know that they're just not going to answer you, you're under no obligation to continue your investigation by asking questions. You can just go, if you've got the PC already with all the other evidence that you've got, you don't even have to interview them. You can just let them know, hey, I'm going to process you and then we're going to send you off to jail. You know? I mean, it's not the ideal situation. You want to ultimately have a conversation with these people, but if they're being completely uncooperative, yeah, you don't have to stand up. You don't have to just take that. You can remove yourself from the situation and continue your processing.
Understood. Thank you so much.
Yes, and thank you, Commander, capital C Commander.
Appreciate it.
I have a
Uh,
follow-up
Follow-up to that question?
Oh,
Okay,
go ahead,
we'll go
Kelly.
Kelly first, and then we'll get to you, Miss Chaser.
Mm-hmm.
so you said that she could walk away, do the rest of her processing, and then let them know that they're going to jail. But if they're just sitting there, just yelling obscenity, well, calmly stating the obscenity, so that way they're not charged with disorderly conduct. How does she get the plea out of the person before she sends them? Is that important?
It is important. However, here's another good example. This does occur. Let's say the commander arrests somebody, has all the probable cause, sees them like leaving, I don't know, a robbery scene with a weapon in their hand and a bunch of money in their pocket. Commander arrests them. They go down to the cells. The suspect is non-responsive. They do not talk. Commander goes up to him, says, "Hey, these are your charges. How do you plead?" Zero response. The default. Well, actually, I'll ask the commander this, and I'm curious what the LEO's stance on this is. So, what if you get a completely non-responsive suspect, and you ask them for their pleas? What do you end up doing?
I'm sorry, I didn't speak up. I've never had that issue where they didn't say anything. I've had issues where there are people that did not want to speak to me,
Okay.
that literally would not let me process and do it. I would just let another deputy process, but I have not yet encountered that situation in which there was actually no response. I've gotten the fuck you, fuck you, and then I'm like, okay, well, let me give it to blank and blank and blank and blank, talks to them, and they're like, yeah, not guilty, no contest. I'm like, okay. Sometimes they don't want to deal with me specifically, which I understand, but also I would like to process them, but I've never had it to the situation where they refuse to give anything. I
Okay.
at that point, we can't like I personally would probably notate that in the that they were unwilling to give any response after being prompted, or I would reach out to someone else and see if they wanted to work with them. But if they're not gonna talk to you at all, I don't know what to do in that case, to be honest.
Okay, no, that's honesty is the greatest place to be. I appreciate, Commander. But the court's position and the position of the DOJ is, and I'll talk to the sheriff about this to maybe like kind of get this in hand, is that in both cases that you gave their commander, the recommendation for the DOJ would be put them down as not guilty. If you get complete silence, if you get a complete badgering, like just nonsense, let's say they're going through a psychotic break or something, it's always appropriate to put down not guilty in those cases because you have not alienated any of their rights. You're still going to allow them to appeal the charges later. Not guilty is a perfectly fine stance, but you would then, exactly what you said, make note of it in your report that I was unable to get a response putting down not guilty, so they may appeal these charges later. And I think that you are not alienating any of their rights by doing that. That is a perfectly reasonable thing to do. Because if you can't get a response out of them, they're either choosing not to or they are medically unable to. Because it's the same thing with, like, let's say there's a prisoner who's in a coma and you know that they're guilty of some crimes, but they were in a shootout. Yeah, you would just put down not guilty for them if you cannot actually get them to respond to you. That's a safe default stance to be.
Thank you for that. That's important information, and I will be sharing that.
Yeah, because you're not taking away any of their rights by doing that. But you have not taken away anything from them by saying we are putting down the default statement of not guilty because this person still may want to fight these charges later on.
Absolutely.
You still got to do what you do by like sending them to jail, but they still have the opportunity to appeal that later.
It's hurtful. I appreciate that. Thank you.
I agree.
But yes, I agree that you never really want to pass off people while you're doing your job, and it never feels good that that's occurring. And I apologize that you have to do it. It's not me doing it, but it still sucks that you have to deal with that.
It's part, I guess, part of the job.
Yeah, you take bullets and you take the people save their lives.
That is true.
Okay, so that's about it for Convert v. California.
It's Ita's turn. She had a question.
Sorry. Yes, Miss Chaser.
That's all right. It's kind of follow up your example. So let's say such a suspect is being that way, repeatedly saying, fuck you to Commander Sky over here while she's trying to do her job, and she feels like she's been forced to that point where like you're saying, he's trying to get away from him, but he's yelling, or she or he are yelling it and whatnot. Is it safe to say that if that's their reaction to everything, all they're doing is every time she's trying to communicate with this suspect, and that's their response? Is it safe to say, because I just have a feeling that such a suspect, after she's done and they go up to serve their sentence, they're going to come over to me and say and argue this with me. But is it safe to say that at that point they're also forfeiting their right to see an attorney based off their behavior, or
No, they definitely are not. So, like, let's say
Okay.
all the answers from this person is "fuck you." John Harlan just says "fuck you." That's all he says. And let's say Miranda rights come up to me, I just say "fuck you." I am not agreeing to my Miranda rights at all. You could say that I was possibly informed of them, but you can't actually definitively say that. You can't ask me. The officers wouldn't be able to ask me questions. However, my spontaneous utterances of "fuck you" can be noted for certain. And that, so they're not obeying, or they're not losing any of their rights to remain silent. That's still a right. They're just, the officers are informing them of their right to remain silent. So then at the end of the day, they still can't ask them questions directly, because they haven't, one, said that they understand that they're Miranda rights, and two, you're absolutely right, we don't know that they want a lawyer, because they haven't said, do you want a lawyer? I've only said "fuck you." So we don't know that they want a lawyer. So you just can't ask them questions.
Right.
So that's just the bottom
right?
line.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying I'm more imagining this client after, she's going through is saying, read your Miranda rights and everything. All they're saying is "fuck you, fuck you, fuck you," to the point that they had to send them to not guilty plea to jail. But I imagine this same individual, wants to get out of jail, they're going to come up to me and say, "Oh yes, I had this counted. They arrested me on unlawfully. They didn't even let me see an attorney." I have that kind of thing.
Gotcha. Well, what I just described should be notated in the report, that when trying to give Miranda, was no response. The response was, quote, "fuck you."
Okay.
And when asked if they want an attorney, response was "fuck you." That covers it, essentially. So
Okay.
they would not be denied. They wouldn't, in this case, they wouldn't have been denied an attorney, because when asked if they want one, they said "fuck you."
Okay.
So later on, they would not be able to really fight that, as long as that shows up in a report, of course.
Right. So Commander Sky still has to, offer that to the client, even if they're being so such a pain and rude as like that. Okay, let's make it sure.
Because I mean, it can just be as simple as like, because Commander Sky, no doubt, will probably know the people that are doing this, because that will start probably well before getting to the cells. It'll probably happen in the car, on scene, in the hospital, and ad nauseum. However, the Commander Sky can just be like, if she gets a sense of like, this is what's happening, you could just ask during with the car ride to be like, "Do you want a lawyer? Fuck you." Okay. She's not required to ask again.
Okay.
If the person then says later on, "I want a lawyer," that's a different thing. But Commander Sky has then done their job by administering Miranda, getting a "fuck you," asking if they want a lawyer, getting a "fuck you," and then notating that on the report. That's good enough. 1 second, Commander Sky. Is there any follow-up to that, Miss Chaser?
No, that made perfect sense.
Excellent. Yes, Commander.
And I will also let you know, Ms. Chaser, that that has happened, where we've had the people from the get-go that were like, "Fuck you, we hate the cops, fuck you," and I've read them the rights, and they're interrupted the whole time. And then I offer them a lawyer, and they're like, "No, fuck you, fuck you." I'm like, "Okay." We take them down to the cell, and then all of a sudden they're like, "I want a lawyer." I never once state, "Well, you said no, so we're not doing it." I will say I will try to reach out to get a lawyer. So we still make that attempt, because at that point they've said now they want a lawyer, and I don't have the right to say, well, no, you said earlier, because they're not children, right? So I had to say, well, now you've said it, so now I'm going to take the effort to try to get you a lawyer. Sometimes we can't get them, right? Because I'm not going to wait 3 hours to try to get someone a lawyer. I still have to process them, but we will still go through it and even ask. So if you do ever hear someone, a deputy down there, that says, no, well, you said earlier you didn't want a lawyer, so you're not getting a lawyer, kind of being catty like that, just let one of us know, or explain them that they do have the right to a lawyer if you're down there already. But we're all learning. So some people may not know that, or take it as, oh, the moment they said no, that they don't get that option, but they still get that option. They still have that right.
Yeah. The important
No, and
aspect
I
about the Miranda stuff is they can invoke those rights at any point. So that's the important aspect, and that's great to hear, Commander. But yeah, like if they say no to a lawyer earlier on, they're still down there, and like you're stopping by to give them food and water, and they say, "Hey, I want a lawyer." Sending out that ping is necessary at that point, and then notating that in the report as well.
No, and I understand that, and I have no doubt that's happening. My thinking is, I'm more concerned that the individual that you're interacting with, the Commander
John,
Sky,
fuck you,
is
Harlan.
very different. Yeah, very John. Basically, John. Well, I don't know what that. Oh, no. I kind of the client that you're experiencing is a completely different person. Once they're coming to me saying, "Oh, my rights got uh impeded on and whatnot," and I just want to make sure. I'm just concerned that I'm gonna make sure that that I'm getting all the facts so I can go and say. Then they might be saying, they tell you no, fuck you when you ask them when you say, do you want a lawyer? But they're gonna turn around and say to me, oh, I asked for a lawyer and didn't give it to me. I want to make sure that say, oh no, actually they did offer you that to you and this is how you responded. So that's more my concern.
You're
I think we
going
get
you're
two
going to get
different
those people, unfortunately. Just like the moment where I
right.
talked to someone that said, well, I didn't steal the car, and I watched them do it. You're going to have someone treat you different than they treat me, and then another deputy. It's always going to happen, but that's where we have to write those reports with that information, so we can, just like when we arrest someone, I can't just say I arrested blank and blank because of a store robbery, the end, and it was blank and blank. Well, why is it blank and blank? Oh, because we saw their ID. Why do you know? Everything has to be accounted for. So we do. Unfortunately, it's horrible. It sucks that like I get treated a certain way or you get treated a certain way, and it flips, and now you're like, hold on, are they telling the truth? All you can do is just read the report and know that I've done my job to my best ability by asking the questions, because I've stated that I have. You kind of have to trust that word,
Absolutely.
or if not, then reach out.
Ms. Chaser, to actually, and that's a good point, Commander, to add on to that a little bit. At my time during a defense attorney, I've run across similar clients. The best thing to do then is like, okay, you get their side, you get the client's side, go great. You put in your FOIA request. You then are able to look at the report, and then the report should then let you know where your standing is, and then you can talk to that client, be like, it's right here in the report. It is written in black and white as of the date of your arrest, or whenever the report was finalized. I don't see how we can really fight this in court, because I know that the commander is going to get up on the stand and say, nope, this is I read him his rights. He just said fuck you. I also asked if you want a lawyer. He said fuck you. You can find that in my report, and I remember it happening. So it's kind of hard to fight that in court with that sort of level of detail. However, if it's not in her report, then you might have something.
Okay. Makes sense.
So that's why it's very important, as the commander knows, that reports are well written. It's the vegetables of their job. They have to eat their vegetables, unfortunately.
All right. Perfect. Makes perfect sense.
Okay, is there anything else about this? This is good. This is a good conversation. I like it. Okay. All right. And then finally, this is a weird one for the state. I'm going to talk about actually places that this actually works. It's difficult to kind of conceptualize it without like, it's hard to conceptualize it. So this is Texas v. Brown. This is also another pretty recent case law.
Oh, it's nice to be following other people. Sorry,
This
there's one
talks about
earlier.
plain view doctrine, getting access to an area or a vehicle that they normally wouldn't get access to without getting like a warrant to get access to it. So plain view doctrine essentially means that, let's say, we'll go back to that traffic stop with the 3 people in the car. That traffic stop happens like, hey, like I've got my probable cause that a crime was committed. You went through that, or infraction was committed. You went through red light. And then as the officer's walking up to the vehicle, they look in the back seat, and sitting next to the rear passenger, me, they can see a joint on the back seat. That right there, that puts the whole thing in, well, there's drugs here, or what they believe to be a joint. At that point, there's enough reasonable suspicion to then do an investigative stop to then pull everybody out of the car, because that joint is first off in control of the driver of the vehicle. So whoever's driving the car basically owns everything in that vehicle. They're responsible for it. And 2, the person in the back seat, they were in control of it because it's within reaching range of that. You could also make an argument to say that the person in the front seat could have like put it in the back seat, but whatever. So that's just like viewing things that like normally they didn't have to do a search of the vehicle to see that. They could actually just see it. This works for property as well. So let's say that there's a dead body in somebody's backyard and an officer's looking through a chain link fence. Yeah, they do not need a warrant to get on that land at that point. There's a body there. There's probable cause a crime was committed. And we're not going to get into the whole thing, well, maybe they died of natural causes. Sure, we don't know that. That's still enough probable cause that a crime was committed, that there's a dead body, and exigent circumstances as well, that you can then just kind of break the need for a search warrant at that point. So this one is kind of very direct. It's really not that difficult. I'm going to give you a little bit more tricky interpretation of this one, though. But just based off of its just plain view of just looking at this, are there any questions about this? Good. Yeah, it's pretty direct. So here's a really kind of like niche sort of thing, but it's come up before. Let's say Commander Sky is serving a search warrant on a property, and that search warrant specifically articulates they're looking for automatic weapons. Specifically, let's say AK-47. They're looking for an AK-47, which is about, I don't know, what did you say, Commander Sky? About 2.5 feet long, something like that.
Yeah, roughly.
Yeah, it's a long weapon, and that search warrant is then given to the property owner. The property owner is known that there's a search warrant happening, and then the commander and the rest of the sheriff's department goes in and searches that property. In the process of that search, let's say the commander opens up a safe that is like a tall safe, about as tall as I am, let's say. They open up the safe, and then they see a brick of cocaine just sitting there in the safe. And then inside of that safe, there's a small, let's say, I don't know, a jewelry box, probably about the size of, I don't know, maybe like 8 inches long by like 4. It's a tiny little box. And then the officers take that and they open that up and they search that and they find a whole bunch of morphine, let's say, morphine pills. Can the officers, and I'm not going to ask Commander Scott this, I'm going to ask actually everybody else, and give me an answer here. Can the officers hold the cocaine against the person, against the owner of the place, and can the officers hold the morphine against the owner of the place? Yes or no, and mix and match, but just somebody give me an answer.
Cocaine, yes. Morphine, no.
Okay, yeah, well, gentlemen, green jacket. What's your name?
Perkeo Ingus, private investigator.
All right. So why cocaine? Yes.
Because the safe is roughly the size of the weaponry that is being looked for.
So opening the safe
yeah,
and
that's
looking
those,
inside the safe
that's what I
is
thought it was.
completely fair game. You're
I learned this
absolutely
was
correct. The
like
idea
a
of,
cadet.
hey, we were looking for AKs, but we found a brick of cocaine in plain view here. But why not the morphine?
Because it's a tiny box.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That little box it would be unreasonable to think that in the searching of that little box that you would find an AK in there. So that would
Yeah.
be ineligible for that search and seizure.
The example in one bit when I
They
was
shouldn't have
a
opened
phase
the
2
box to
cadet
begin with.
was a woman pulling
So
over a woman
it
who
all
was
depends on the scope of the
with
search warrant.
3
Where the
individuals,
cocaine would fall
3
under the
passengers
scope
that
because
fit
they
description
opened
of
the safe in plain
one's
view. They
bulletin.
found a brick of cocaine, but they
For
had to do a
guns.
secondary search inside of that box. And there can be some
they were
legal
shown with
wrangling back
fully
and forth of
automatic
why
rifles.
the box was then opened if they saw cocaine right there, because then they can make
She
an
had a purse
articulation
on her.
possibly around
There's no way to think that an
paraphernalia,
AK-47 would fit in a purse.
maybe
right?
in there.
So
But
they could not shoot
just
your
strictly
purse.
speaking, if that, like, let's say that little
But
box
if
was
they
sitting
in the
on
back
top
of
the
this
dresser,
wagon or
they would not
SUV
open
there
that
was a
little
duffel
box
bag,
to look for an AK.
that's reasonable to search that, and if they were in there, then
I have a
yes.
question.
Oh yes, Mr. Maxwell, and then we'll get over to you, ma'am.
So when you say safe with a brick of cocaine in it, I'm thinking
Yeah.
of, you know, what you see in the movies, like a square safe in the wall that maybe is not quite big enough for this weapon to fit into. That's
So
why
what I described earlier was like a tall safe, as tall as I am.
Oh, okay. So
yeah, so that could reasonably hold the size of an AK. But you bring up a good point. Keep on going.
So my thing was it depends on the size of the safe, but also
Yes.
what about gun parts? Because obviously all put together, the AK can only fit in certain places, but if it's taken apart in pieces, how does that work?
Well, that has to be then articulated in the warrant. The basics of the warrant I gave you were they were looking for an AK-47, which would be assumed to be incomplete, like in total in its one part. So that would then limit the search to be places that could hold an AK-47 completely. If they believe that, like, let's say there was weapons manufacturing going on, they would expect to find or look for AK-47 parts, then that changes the scope.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
So yeah, that's a good question though. It's one of those things where it depends on the warrant and how that's written up. Okay. Sorry, ma'am, you had a follow-up question.
So this is just more curiosity here.
Sure.
If the people conducting the search with the warrant in hand keep doing things like where they're searching for things and searching through things that do not fit the scope of the warrant, can that lead to a possibility where the warrant becomes null and void and everything that's found at that point can be admissible because they're going out of the scope of the warrant itself?
It's a good question. Unfortunately, I don't have a good answer for you because it really depends on the level of outside of the scope they've gone. Anything that is, first off, I will say this: anything outside of the scope is obviously inadmissible.
Right.
When it comes to like not using plain view doctrine, and like going for those pills, not admissible. Period. They would not give that back unless this person had like so. Let's say they seized the morphine. They would not give that morphine back unless they can prove, unless the person whose place it was searched, they can prove that they have legal access to it, because morphine is a controlled substance.
Right.
So that gets a little sticky in that sort of thing, where they don't have a right to keep illegal goods, but that the illegal goods that was found cannot be held against them either. But if they go completely out of like balance of things, like there is entirely possible that the defense could argue that they were just looking for any reason to get this warrant searched, and then possibly have the results of the warrant search suppressed in court. And then that would be a motion that I would definitely hear. But it'd have to be pretty egregious.
Yeah, and that's kind of that, and that's what I'm saying. Like they just, completely, out of scope and just search everything regardless. Like you're looking for a very specific thing, but you're just going through every single thing, every single option. They just, tear the house up and down, like top to bottom.
Well, I mean, they will probably still do that. Like they'll probably still tear the house up and down. However, it should
Right.
only be in the scope of looking for things like, again,
Mhm.
an AK-47 might be under a bed, might be between two mattresses,
Right.
could be in a big pillow. Like, they've got to have a thorough search. So even though it's a big object, there's a lot of places you can hide a big object in a warehouse or even a family home.
Okay, interesting. All right, thank you.
Yeah. No, these are good questions. I like this. It will bring up some interesting, hopefully not problems in the future, but yeah. Okay. Any other questions on Texas v. Brown? And if there are no other questions there, like I'm happy to answer any other questions that you may have about like just general rights stuff, constitutional things, that sort of things. Other than that, I know we're probably all starving, so we might need to get out of here and get some food. Yes, Commander.
Hi, can you go over the process for FOIAs, please?
FOIAs, yes, that process is going to change. But FOIAs, the way they work currently, is a defense attorney will have a FOIA request filled out. The FOIA request should include their name, the attorney's name, the name of their client, and then a report number or a listing of crimes associated with the individual in the request. So, for example, and they may need your help on what specific report that they're looking for. Because, for example, let's say Ms. Chaser has a client, John Harlan, who is just a recidivist. He keeps on getting arrested over and over again. He has a billion reports, but he's trying to. She's trying to get information about the report on his recent public nudity, where he pled not guilty to.
Oh my!
We would ask that there's some leniency on the sheriff's department to go, oh, that's report number such and such that we were talking about here. So that way they can put the report number in the FOIA request. The defense attorney would give the request to hopefully somebody in command. Command will notate it in the report that the FOIA request was issued by a specific lawyer. And then I'm giving right now that once that FOIA request is put in, the deputies have 48 hours from when the FOIA request is put in to lock the report in, basically to get whatever, if they need finalized statements or whatever, to get that locked in and done. And then at that point, the defense attorney will have access to the report through the MDT. As it currently stands, this will change in the future, though, with the new MDT.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Is that making sense, hopefully?
Yes, absolutely.
Good. And hopefully that's fair to everybody, because, yeah, I just don't want, like, you guys to arrest somebody, like, early in the day. There's a FOIA request, and then you guys are expected to have the report locked up right then. That's an unreasonable expectation.
Yeah, we do try to get them in, but sometimes life happens, and it takes a little bit longer to make sure that everything is, dotting and crossing, so.
Yeah, and that's why I figure 48 hours is a good enough timeline from when the FOIA is submitted to have your report finalized. I think that's a reasonable expectation.
Absolutely.
I have a follow-up question.
Yes, Mr. Maxwell.
So is there an exception to this if there's still an active investigation going on, that time frame would be extended?
Well, you shouldn't be putting in a FOIA on an active investigation, though. Technically, like, somebody should have been arrested at that point. You know what I mean? There'll still be follow-up investigation, but like if someone's been arrested and they're asking for you to defend them, then there should be at least enough of a report in 40 hours from that point to kind of move forward. Because I'm hoping people aren't just being arrested on a large investigation without some of that being put into place earlier. So follow-up investigations, again, that 48-hour period gives them ability to do a follow-up afterwards if they need to get like a little bit extra put into the report. But if there is then more that happens after that 48-hour point, then the police need to inform the defense attorney that there has been an update to that report. And then it turns into a whole other thing, because that's just a part of discovery at that point. The FOIA request is the initial part of the discovery, essentially. But
Okay.
new
That
evidence can
answers
always
my
come in,
question.
and then your client, and not your client, but you need to be notified that new evidence has come in. Hopefully, the prosecutor is on top of that. And if they're not, that's something that needs to be discussed between you, me, and then the prosecutor. Okay. Anything else? Anyone else? Any just law sort of stuff? Anything? Yes, Gretchen.
I guess following up on the previous question is like, let's say someone hears that a warrant is out for their arrest, so it
Mhm.
is active but they have not been arrested, and is their lawyer able to request the report that warrants the warrant basically
Yes, that's fine to request.
without them
But
actually handing themselves in? I think that is the big question.
that is still fine because again, like it's not the requirement of the lawyer to make sure that or to basically arrest and hand in the client. You know what I mean? Obviously, if that does occur, the lawyer should be strongly advising that they turn themselves in, and their number one priority at that point is to get their client to turn themselves in. Because that is not how you fight charges. The client should turn themselves in and then plead not guilty. Then that's where the litigation comes in. It is not to question the warrant beforehand.
Yeah, gotcha.
It is to comply with police and then fight it later. That's always my bottom line. Comply, and if you feel it's unlawful, fight it in court later. Don't fight it with an officer in the streets. You will lose that. Okay, and anything else? No? Excellent. Love it. All right, so that's the end of the People's Justice. I'm hopefully going to be doing some civil cases in the future, but I will be running these things every Saturday. And if you have any questions, like legal questions, anything like that, or anything to do with the Constitution, this goes to the officers, and please let the Sheriff's Department know this, Commander, or civilians. Please talk to me. I'm more than happy to talk about your rights. Make sure that you're availing yourselves of them. With that, court is dismissed.
Thank you.
Thank you, Justice.
Yeah, you're
Quite
Thank you, Your
welcome.
Honor.
Now, does anyone have any spare food by any chance? I'm famished.
Jesus, you're a lawyer. Go buy some food.
I don't
have
have
a lot of
I don't know if
food.
I
I have
can
like
make it to the food place. I'm not gonna lie to you.
I have
Do
like
you need a
30
ride?
burgers if you need something.
That'd be fantastic. I'm
Yeah.
What was your name again?
I don't think I'll make it through the winter.
Well, I got you. Need something to drink as well?
No, I'm alright. I've got a lot of beverages, just not food. Thank you very much.
Oh, of course. No problem.
Me too.
Hey, Mr. Roach, do you need a ride to the roller rink?
I think I should be alright for the moment. Thank you though.
Oh, okay.
It'll be 5 burgers.
Alrighty. Well,
How did
This makes
the how did the things go at the PD then? Alright.
Oh, it went really well, actually.
really well.
Got it if you're speaking.
Yeah, now that I have
was
like
very
a
well.
like an expectation, what to expect from that and what goes on. No, we have another case coming up. You're more to welcome if you want to sit on that one. We can let you know when we have our pre-trial, and yeah, we're really happy to have you on.
Yeah, sounds good. Thank you. Yeah, just let me know. I'll be there.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
we'll definitely be in contact.
Me too. Right, I should check my postal box because I'm glad to hear it went well.
Can you meet me in my office real quick?
Yeah, he's a nice guy.
Yeah, he's nice. Hey, could we meet in my office real quick? I realized something during.
Howdy, howdy.
Of course. Hey, how's it going?
Hello, Mayor.
I don't know. I'm not sure if I miss being in DOJ sometimes, so I'm kind of weighing up what my future looks like. so to speak.
What? What do you got?
I don't know you picked it up as well, but Baskov, those they try to pull that case on him. That they tried to pull a what's it called?
Yeah. The whole your brother said this, so you know.
Yes. That's exactly what they did, and he didn't fall for it. Oh
Exactly.
man.
That's
Yeah.
that is
Oh
pretty
man.
huge, actually.
That helped our case so much. I want this to go to trial. I want this to go to trial. I
We'll
so wanted
see.
to.
They were pretty adamant on the robbery thing, so there's a really good chance we go to
They were.
trial for this.
So basically what happened is they tried to pull that on him, and basically it backfired, and as a result, they charged a innocent man. That is huge. That's how I'm gonna sell it. That's how we're gonna do it. We'll have the statement. We gotta keep that statement under wraps. We're not gonna show our cards about that. We're gonna I might when we do the pre-trial, I might kind of mention that a little bit. Like, you know, I'm gonna say, yeah, looks like you tried a oh, what's it called? I don't know. 1
You
second.
could just say, hey, you know, we have a statement from the
Frazier versus
brother
Cup,
that
yeah.
states otherwise, and just like leave it at that.
No, I don't. I don't even want to do that. I want to go like a Frazier versus Cup. I mean, we got to do a discovery, show it, but yeah, I want to nail on that. Let's say that, you know, can I hit that, and then just go wham, say, yeah, and yeah, you know, you tried to do that and you failed because we have a statement from the brother right here saying the other brother wasn't involved, and the other brother heard him say, "Oh man, I
Exactly.
I had to bite my tongue, bite my lip when I heard that. When I was like, oh my god,
Yeah,
oh,
that's really huge for us.
that's
Like,
huge.
that might
That
actually
is
be the
so.
smoking gun we needed right there.
That is, yep. They got you. They took a gamble and it bit them in the butt. Oh, I can't wait till we tell our client. Oh, when we tell our client that. Oh, he's
God,
gonna
I
be
just
so
wish he
happy.
didn't plead guilty to those charges.
Yeah,
I
I
feel like we could
know.
have gotten
That's
everything
our.
dropped,
I
or
feel
at least
bad on
most of
that
it
one.
dropped
Yeah.
if he didn't plead the way he did.
No, I think we're gonna get it all draw. Everything but that. It would be a small good learning lesson in the future, no matter what. Just be not guilty and then let it go to track. No, like I said, we both thought he was going to, because based on where, but we didn't actually advise him. So that's our bad, and I feel horrible about
Yeah,
it.
that was our fault.
But you know what?
I'm
Everything else,
really
we'll get
excited
it.
about this, though.
I know. I'm so and in the other case, oh, we gotta be able to hi Joseph. He wants to let them know how it went.
Oh yeah, he still wants to talk to us, don't he? We should probably catch him before he leaves office.
Yeah. Yeah, I just want to get that off my chest and see if you picked up on that too. I was like, ooh.
Yeah, I had to bite my tongue a few times in the thing because I wanted to
Yeah.
ask some questions, but I didn't want to relate anything to any of the cases we were working on.
Mhm.
Not in a public setting
Yeah,
like that, anyways.
yeah, I think I kept it vague enough, and I keep saying hypothetical. So
Be spouting off about case law. I might try to do like some small claim stuff too. So we
Fantastic.
just have some citizens come in and just get a taste of court. You know.
Absolutely. And
Forgive me,
are
I'm
you?
shaking. I need to
No,
get this for my blood
please
sugar.
go ahead. And are you generally around fairly often, or what does your schedule look like?
I don't know. What guys? Am I generally around or?
Every
would
time
say
I'm
so.
awake, he's awake, and I'm awake
Okay.
fairly often.
Oh,
so,
you're
yeah.
around a
Okay,
lot.
perfect.
Yeah.
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 Yeah. And if
I
anything,
feel
you
like I
can
see
send a
you
letter
like
to DOJ.
every day, every other day.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, I'm everywhere. You can send a letter to DOJ, and if you want to schedule like a meeting, I can definitely set up a time too. Because there are, as much as they say I'm around a lot, there are times I am definitely unavailable.
Oh, of course. Yeah, absolutely. Okay, wonderful. Well, it's
So
definitely
I'm
interesting.
seeing a gaggle of attorneys, which makes me wonder if they have questions for me. There are questions?
No, I'm just.
No, you want to.
I didn't want to
Oh,
go
sorry.
in the corner and stand in silence, so I thought I'd just be a nosy bugger.
Gotcha. But I do have to talk to these two momentarily. So, Callie,
Of
always
course,
lovely
no,
to
let
see
you
you.
go.
If
Absolutely.
you
Thank
do
you
need
so
anything,
much.
please reach out. But let's, Miss Chaser, let's go up to your office.
Take care,
right.
everyone. Thank you again.
Have a good one.
Yeah, have a good
Yeah,
one.
thank you for coming.
Yeah, have a good one.
Do you mind if I ask Justice who that is?
Yeah, it's Callie something.
She's with the
Thank you, Miss
sheriff's
Chaser.
department.
She works with the sheriff's department. I believe she's a administrator or admin
Oh,
doing
she was
some.
the woman at the front desk
Ah.
that we met earlier.
Yeah. Oh, you didn't recognize
Okay.
her?
I think didn't she have like a red dress or red blouse on?
Yeah, she was wearing something different. I actually
Yeah,
have the
please.
same dress. Absolutely.
Now, I'm just gonna stand, and I've been yelling all day today, so feel free to sit if you
Sure.
like. I don't know. It's your office, you know.
Okay. Yeah.
God, these
So
chairs are too
I so
close
you
in.
just
So it's kind of like we discussed a little bit earlier. What I'm planning on doing is I'm going to get I'm going to work on getting some filing cabinets set up for some external things. But ultimately, and again, I've already said this to you, Mr. Maxwell, but again, congratulations on passing your bar. You
Thank you,
did a
sir.
wonderful job. I just wanted to make sure that Ms. Chaser knew that my opinions on this are, you've got a good partner here.
oh, I know. I already knew it. I knew he was gonna pass.
Okay. But so you know that my initial during our interviews we talked about like the idea like there isn't going to be an office of the public defense. I was going to just make private attorneys able to do like cell reps and that sort of thing. However, you two have been putting in a lot of effort and time to the public defense office. So before I make a broad sweeping declaration of anything, I want to know, what do you want? Like, is that something which, if I put in the public defense office again, would that be something that you want to have in place? And would that be something you want to be a part of, possibly lead in the future? This is open to either one of you.
Well, my going when I joined the city, my idea was I originally I was going to be a private practice, but I saw the advertise. I saw the DOJ needed public defenders and prosecutors, and I thought that would be a good way to get a start and get my foot in the door, and get some quite good experience being fresh from university, law school. But I do enjoy a lot, but I do eventually want to get into private law, and I'm starting to take some private cases or more like contract work. I got myself a template for a employment contract and also a hold harmless together because I had some clients or individuals approach us regarding those services.
What?
And so.
Sorry, I just heard some music for a moment. It's fine though.
No, I heard it too. No. But
Please continue, Ms. Chaser.
Sure. I mean, so I'm understanding now that when you mentioned or you let us know that you're relaying public and our public defenders and prosecutors also take private cases on the side. If you're more than willing to, if that's something you're planning on continuing in, then I don't see why I have any real reason to leave the public defender's office. I mean, the only so I'll put it this way: the only reason I would have ever would have think of leaving the public defender's office is I could not practice private law on the side.
Okay. Okay. What about you, Mr. Maxwell? What are your thoughts on this?
I think the public defender's office has been really, really great. I think it's a lot.
That too.
What it does is it allows a person like me, right out of college with no experience, to have a structure and a stable paycheck, of course. But the real value of this office truly is being able to work with other attorneys that are you know, seasoned or veterans, and being able to learn and be in an environment where we can be close to each other and bounce ideas off each other, and be around each other all the time, which is extremely has been helpful in just a short period of time I've been a part of this office. Like I told you in your interview with me, I strictly am planning to stay on the criminal law side for a while. I do have desires for civil. However, I feel like I need to tackle one side of law at a time. Um, I won't lie, I am assisting Miss Chaser with some potential contractual stuff, because I thought it would be a good learning experience to dabble in that. And also, I was going to start taking I have a client that's looking to get an expungement, so I was gonna start doing that. But um, I have a long way to go before I really can say I'm remotely a decent lawyer, seasoned. So I don't see myself leaving the public defender's office for the foreseeable
Yeah.
future.
Yeah, to be clear, I wasn't saying like, yeah, the foreseeable future. I was saying like ambition-wise, like looking forward.
Well, my ambition going forward, like if I'm able to continue learning, and I feel really good about going to court and whatnot. I mean, the plan was that at some point or another to go into being a private attorney, but
Okay.
if there was I'm open if there's upward career momentum within the public defender's office to move up. Um, I highly would consider that.
Okay.
My doors are not closed.
I
I'm keeping all of my doors open.
Okay.
I personally, I feel like I'm very ambitious. And this might, I'm aiming high, but I do realize I have a lot of learning and training and experience I need to get under my belt as well. But I have every intention. I want to be one of the most renowned and respected lawyers in this city. I want to work up to that. And I also want to reap all the benefits that come associated with that. So if that means, it being able to, so like if it being able to do private law on the side as well, that means, making some good money on the side. But I want to be, like I said, I want to continue this career. I want to make my roots here and make a successful career here in Los Angeles.
Okay. Okay. That gives me a lot to think about. I appreciate your candor, both of you, on this. Yeah, and as it stands right now, feel free to continue practicing private law. That's totally fine. As far as I'm concerned, I'm calling you public defenders. However, and you're getting a government paycheck. However, I'm giving you the latitude still to do private work. But
And
it's something I got to think about. And also, at some point, after I get our filing system set up and we're all looking at that, I do want to have a conversation, a very candid conversation about the directionality of things, and we'll all figure out a time to get that going. But because again, I want to make sure that I'm trying to build this from the ground up, but I also want to make sure that the people who are here with me building, we're not leaving anyone behind. We're hearing. I want to hear everyone's thoughts and ideas of where we can go, what things need to be fixed or addressed, because God knows that I'm just one man. Justice Harris is just one man, but we need multiple points of view, and we're not going to see everything. So we're going to rely on both of your feedback, as well as like Alfie's and the Hardmans and every other lawyer that comes through here.
And I want to just also say that I want to make it perfectly clear. Ever since I am making a clear distinction in my correspondence when I speak with clients that when it's like a criminal case, someone I speak with the cells, I usually am marking my correspondence, my letters as Amber L. Chaser, public defender. Whereas if it's a more regarding like contract work, I'm making I'm noting that as Amber Chaser, attorney at law, or private attorney.
Okay.
So that there's a clear distinction. And also I'm making sure that his client, I've had clients and both me and Bryce, try to pay us for our services as public defenders. And I'm trying to explain to him like, no, we're on a government paycheck. We're here to serve you, representatives. And so we're not doing anything like charging people to be a public defender or anything, and making that clear distinction. At least I am, and I'm pretty sure Bryce is as well, or he will be when he starts too. And so I just want to make sure you are aware of that as well. But something Bryce said when he was kind of going over everything, his expectation, I think he made me think of something. He brings up a very valid point that something that's very nice about working in the public defenders and working for the DOJ is that we do work as, cooperative as it's not that, sharky shark kind of dog eat dog kind of world that, in the private sector, we can go to each other and bounce out ideas and stuff. So I'm wondering maybe one way to approach that, to consider the DOJ is, because like you said, we're both fresh out of college. When law school is or completely new to law completely is that this might be like a kind of treat the DOJ as like a college or university where, the more seasoned attorneys here are more like faculty, where we try to guide new lawyers, fresh off the boat, and direct them get a good ground base, and then they can either continue on and continue to become public defenders themselves, and they can become, seasoned and teach other lawyers, or take those knowledge and whatnot, and that they start their own private practice or whatnot. Maybe that's, I doubt, the way we should look at the DOJ, perhaps.
And that is honestly what you just described is my long-term goal. Is anyone who's coming as a paralegal, unless they know that they're going to be working under a different sort of lawyer, like a lawyer finds somebody and like, hey, you know what? Like, I want this person to be my paralegal.
We're so on the same page.
Yeah, that's fine.
We're so on the same page.
My whole perspective is exactly that. The idea that I want to have a DA who's heading a prosecution department, and people who are interested in that, I want to make sure that DA is training paralegals to become lawyers, and then they can work for the prosecution's department. And then, when the PDO comes around, whether or not that's actually a thing, the PDO would then be led by the chief of PDO, which would then do the same thing for public defenders, where this would be their training grounds of city hall, going to cell reps, just getting immersed in the law, going to courts. And then if they want to, after they get their bar and they get enough like trial experience, go private practice if they feel like it. And then they wouldn't be working off of government paycheck. They would just be earning on their own. Because the one thing, the long term for me, the one thing I don't really want, citizens avail themselves of the right of having a lawyer, for sure. However, I would like our more experienced lawyers and definitely our better lawyers, much like you picture yourself, Miss Chaser, in a little bit, to be getting paid retainer, and them going, I want Miss Chaser, and I'm going to pay her retainer. So you're not getting paid by the government, you're just getting paid by your clients. That's a long-term goal of mine, but that's not the reality where we're at. I want to make sure that everyone's making a living and putting their degree to good use.
No, I agree. I actually, I've been thinking about it a lot, and know being the city's first female lawyer, I want to. I'm starting to be not concerned, but I would like to see more female lawyers. I like to see more women apply to be lawyers in the city, and I would maybe I should get maybe do a job fair, or I mean it's early. I know it is still opening, but if the city should be get to the point where they do a job fair or a career fair, I might want to put something together to kind of get light a fire and get some people,
Hey,
some other
idea.
women wanting to join.
If you find anybody that, I mean, this goes male or female, like I don't
Of
don't
course,
care. Like
yes.
just bring me bodies. That's what I want. Give me people
Well,
who
yes,
are
of
give a
course,
crap
of
about the
course.
law and they want to learn. I will help train them. I mean, hopefully that's gotten across to you guys that I'm very interested in helping people do this job.
No, I've totally felt that.
Yeah, I've felt the same way. You've been incredible. You've been an invaluable resource so far. So
Yeah, that's my primary job as chief justice, as far as I'm concerned, is to help lawyers do the work that they want to be doing. That's my job, because I've been a lawyer before, and I know that what that work is, and it can be tedious at times, but there is some just good stuff in doing this job. There's some really good stuff. But I know
There
when I
is.
first started off, I didn't really have much guidance. I was just kind of winging it, and that kind of sucked.
God, that would suck.
yeah, I'm not gonna lie. If
can-
I really thought that that was going to be the case when I walked through those doors. But I'm very glad that I was able to meet with you, Justice, and definitely I think it was definitely some sort of luck in the universe that Miss Chaser got hired literally like right at the same time I did, and we were able to become partners. So I couldn't have been more wrong with my original expectation.
Good. Well, I'm glad to hear that, and I would love to like do a honestly like having, because that seems to be the most successful route for a lot of lawyers. Because I mean, look at you two, you look at the Hardmans. Alfie's kind of the odd man out, but he floats between you two and the Hardmans, like talking law. So community matters. It definitely matters when it comes to doing this job, because this job is, let's be frank, it's not for everybody. It really isn't.
No, it's tough.
And it can be tedious and
weirdo. I
difficult
love
at
this
times.
shit.
But if you have the interest in doing it, I want to do everything in my power to fan that interest and help you keep that spark alive, because it can be some of the best stuff that you do in the city.
No, I already feel that, and I already see that, and the spark is lit. It's just the only thing that's honestly slowed me down had nothing to do with support I'm getting in city, and then from the DOJ or anything. I just been tired a lot lately. My sleeping patterns off, so I've been trying to get more sleep just to kind of get back on track, and I think I finally have done that. But yeah, no, in city everything's been great. And especially after, I mean, and maybe this is not meant as a segue, because I know you wanted to kind of talk about this. After a pretrial we just had, I'm very motivated.
Sorry, you cut off after very what?
Oh, I'm very motivated after the
Excellent.
pretrial we just had with the undersheriff.
Oh, speaking of which, I think this is actually a great segue. Well, how'd that go? We going to trial? Is that a thing?
No, we might not be. Again, it's not a for sure thing, so I don't want to potentially conflict you. So I mean, what should I this? So
oh, you can just say you got to bring. I'm assuming you have to bring it to your client. That's what I'm guessing.
Yes.
Yeah, there's a deal on the table
Okay.
that we need to
Yes.
bring to our client.
Nearly the deal we absolutely wanted. It is a little one of the terms we kind of negotiate about, but we think that we can get our client to agree. Oh, that he'd be willing to. I shouldn't say it, but that way. I mean, we're not gonna force your client to agree to it. I think he will be open to the idea of agreeing to it.
Yeah, and that sounds good. I mean, that's great. That's what these pre-trial conferences are about. And for the most part, what I would say is yeah, if the client doesn't want to take it and you feel like there is a case to be had in court, then you're free to bring it to court. And I hope everything works out. And you don't worry about conflicting me. You can just tell me, like, it's fine. I can literally look over the plea deal as it stands, and that doesn't conflict me or any other justice. It's just like looking over the report. It's the fact of the matter. Like, in other places or other states, you would take a justice to like sign off on the final deal, essentially. But we're not that state. Like, you guys make your negotiations, and as long as both sides agree, the court really doesn't want to put its nose in it.
So, if do you want to know what the agreement we agreed to?
No, I'll be
or-
surprised. Like, let me know, because the thing is,
Oh,
is
okay,
that you're going to want to tell me after it's signed, because that way I can make sure that the
Deja.
sheriff or the prosecutor did follow up on their promises, essentially.
Oh, that makes
Speaking of
sense.
which, I want to say this right now before I forget.
Mhm.
Under Sheriff Garrison, very reasonable man, very willing to negotiate. Great experience. I was actually shocked how reasonable he was as the undersheriff, as the undersheriff command. We were kind of awestruck. How we were like, we're gonna probably have to go back and forth. We're gonna have to like make a strong, like teeter that line to make a strong case, but not let out our cards. No, we were like on the same page off the bat, and it was, yeah, it was a very pleasant surprise.
The undersheriff is he's very experienced at the job. That's what I can say about the undersheriff. He's a fine man, and honestly, like I would say his legal expertise, I would say almost matches mine. Like the undersheriff is a
Really?
good man. Yeah, so you're
No,
going
I'm
to find a very
looking
reasonable
forward
man
to
there.
working with them in the future.
Yeah, likewise.
I don't doubt it.
really like working with him. He's
Yeah, if he's, I could probably say this: if he's brought a charge on somebody, I would be very concerned to taking it to court, because I would imagine he's got all the evidence to support that in court, no problem.
Good to know.
I mean, that's really what, because you guys are talking about like how reasonable he's being. I would then kind of bounce that off of. Now, imagine you were prosecuting the case with the evidence that you have, like the reports and all that. Is he reasonable, or is he actually just looking at the evidence and going, I can't make that work? There's no way a prosecutor could make that work in court.
No, maybe reasonable's the wrong word. He noticed the same things we noticed, and basically didn't take us for a ride on that. He basically said, "Yep, I noticed this, I noticed that. Because of that, but because of these things, we're gonna do this." Same thing that we were like, we thought we would have to argue or push on, and he saw the same thing. He saw the same things we did and treated it the same way we were, and that's why we made such progress on it off the bat. It's just we see a little bit different on one of the three topics, and we went back when we talked back and forth. I did what you said. I kept well, I didn't have to, because we didn't even have to say anything for most of it. We disagreed on it. But the one we disagree, I took a little bit of a gamble. I know you said you wouldn't, but I felt at that case, I felt we had such a strong. I wouldn't. I kind of showed our cards a little bit on that first one, explained it, kind of fought for our client a little bit more, and we came up with a compromise on that we're gonna bring back to our client. And I think I'm gonna be able to sell him on, and I think he's gonna agree to it, and then we're gonna be able to settle it out of court.
Excellent. Yeah, and again, there are no hard and fast rules to this. It's you gotta follow what makes sense in the moment.
You gotta feel. Yeah, you gotta trust your gut sometimes. It's feeling, and I felt it out.
I definitely felt like the gamble was worth it with the information.
Yeah, because you got the sense you're dealing with a reasonable man across the table.
It crossed the table as my partner, by the way. When he had to step up a few times, because Commander Sky was, as we know, was in the police so he went and kind of talked to her a little bit in between. And also he had some other, he was a busy man, so he had to step up a few times. When he stepped out, we kind of game planned a little bit. And Bryce came up with some great strategy on the fly. Um, Tactics to maybe approach it based off what has happened. It was going so swimmingly that was, I mean, it was indoubtable, honestly. And I mean, like I said, I do very much enjoy working with Bryce. We do make a very good team, and it's I don't think we would have had so much success, like he said, if we didn't happen to be taking the test at the same time and just stroke of fate teamed up like we did.
Couldn't agree more.
I mean, like, going through with having somebody to bounce ideas off of and give you different points of view is, what this is all about. It is justice at the end of the day requires multiple points of views in order to get to the truth of the matter. That's why we have a prosecutor and a defender. It's important for our system for this to work, and it's good even in partnerships to then have different points of views for different ways to get to the same conclusion. So I'm very glad to hear that you two are finding support in one another, and also I hope that you know that you can reach out to me, and even like the Hardmans, even though they're going to be on prosecution, they should not be viewed as the enemy. They are colleagues just the same.
No,
and we
no.
all want to work together for that same cause. But yeah, don't
No,
tip your hand to
absolutely.
them though. They're jackals, just jackals. They'll tear you apart.
No,
tear
I
your
know,
back
I
out.
did that too. That's why I was like, yeah, I'm so glad you said we could have the undersheriff as this one, just because I did confine them back when they were public defenders as well.
And that's exactly what you should have done, is brought that to me, and then that's why I let them know that they would be conflicted out of this based off of basically privileged information at that point. Okay, so that's all I really wanted to talk about. You guys will probably be getting invites to things tomorrow, and then I'll work on getting things put into place. But there's going to be hopefully a lot more back and forth with everybody, and we'll just kind of figure out what it is that we need to get done. But in the meantime, before I leave you two, is there anything else I can do for you?
Yeah, good question on that. So is that going to be like a meeting we have at the courthouse, or is that going to be more a casual, maybe over federal taxes kind of thing?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, that sort of thing.
Perfect.
Where we're no glasses, no nothing.
gotcha.
Just going to be us sitting around talking about how to get paperwork handled.
Understood. Discard meeting.
That sounds good to me.
Cool.
Yeah. We may not just have a meeting like this weekend, but we'll try to set something up in the following week where we can all attend at once. And I know, got the Hardmans, they've got UK brain, so we'll try to find a time that works for everybody.
Yeah, my hours are posted on my door. They're
I think
good for both.
they just got pulled down. I think I have to put them back up.
Oh darn! Yeah, I'm every 3 days.
Yep, every 72 hours. Those janitors are they're on the clock like that. I don't know why I decided to. That music is making me really dizzy and deciding to crouch everywhere. I don't know why. There we go.
Oh, I put the earplug. I put an earplug in.
Yeah. Okay. Well, if there's nothing else, I'm gonna be on my way. I'm gonna work on some paperwork tonight. But like I said, expect those invites tomorrow. And if you have any questions, feel free to reach out as always. And good work. You guys have been doing great.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Well, I'm gonna get myself out of here, assuming I can remember how to walk now. Ugh. Been talking too long. Too many hours talking.
All right. Have a good day, Justice.
Wow, what a day.
Holy cow.
Yeah, right?
Can you imagine? Like, one day heading the PDO, you know?
Now you put that thought in my head now, and it's only been 15 days for me. I think things
know,
going so damn fast.
I feel like,
I haven't even had my first trial yet.
yeah.
Oh, I want
No,
to
I
go to
just
trial
didn't
on that other
expect
case
that.
so much more. No, I didn't either. I was getting a little worried because I thought maybe he thought. I got worried he was gonna like shut down the the public defender's
PDO?
office for a
Yeah.
second, just go all private. Yeah, I was like, no, I don't think we should do that. I
He
think the
said
city
he wanted
depends
to
on
move
us.
us all under the bar association, but we might have saved the PDO.
I guess we did. And in case we have to kind of So, like the idea, or I didn't say this to him, and maybe when we have our formal meeting, I'll mention it. What I kind of like, so my example. They're trying to mess it down. Like, I want to be able. I think, let's say, be the head of the DPO or just senior, public defenders and public prosecutors. I think they should. We are allowed to do a little bit of private law on the side, just to mix things up. I think that would mean a lot because I don't mind, doing it's an option that we could do when things are slow, maybe, or something like that. Because I would like to do that and get into a few, maybe one business, suing another kind of business and getting that kind of law every so often or something, just to kind of make it something new experience or something to break the norm of, okay, criminal gets arrested, he's in jail, he has one side, they have another, da 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 da. I think that as long as I could be able to do that, I don't think I'm the one that even leave the the public defender's office. I just
Same.
thought I would always thought I would basically hit a point where I just would want to do so much private law or do private law at all and just say, well, you have to make a choice. But I think if we're still around to help, new attorneys, and we make ourselves available for that, and we still make ourselves available for public. If someone's like favoring one of the private law over public, then that might have to be that individual might have to make a decision. But as long as we're still, here for the public and we're still helping young, or I
Like
say
we
this
prioritize
being one
criminal
myself,
cases over civil.
right? Or
Right.
have a certain quota where we take for every 3 civil or 3 public cases, we can
quotas.
take a civil or something like that. Whatever. I'm sure they'll come up with something, but I think it's fine. Just because I just thinking, especially in the early day. I mean, maybe if we get so many, we inspire so many attorneys, and we get like attorney city over there, it could be different. But for all I know, I don't even know one private attorney is one that's a musician. That what's his name?
Oh,
He had
yeah,
he
Billy
had
Falco. I've met him.
Yeah, Billy Falco. I didn't realize he was a attorney until at his concert. I
not
told him I
expect
really
it.
loved his music. Yeah, I told him I would like to represent him. He said, "Well, I appreciate that, but I'm attorney myself. I'm like, get out of town."
Yeah, can you believe this guy was in front of City Hall? He had a leopard print suit on. He was
Yeah.
probably the epitome of rock star vibes you could get,
Uh-huh. Oh man, I'm so excited. I still got to mail Mr. Stacey and give him the good news and say we might have this. I really want to put the nail in that coffin as soon as possible. Get that victory on our belts.
Yeah. I would say the
Yeah.
sooner we can get him in, the better. We can get that information back to the LSSD and get this case closed.
Absolutely. I'm gonna go mail him right now. I think.
We also
Hopefully he's
need that
around and we
statement
can.
from Mr. Bashkov's brother.
Yes, he reached. Like I said, he reached out to me, so they're working. I think they're working on that. Oh, I told you. He confirmed all that information, which is gonna help our case. I still can't believe they tried to pull. Oh yes.
Okay.
Yes. Go ahead.
Now, you don't have to say. Well, you can say no, right?
All
I
right.
could
I know it.
take that office, right? Since I'm an attorney. Or if you want, I can work out of here. It's up to you.
I say we kind of game it a little bit. Why don't you put your name on there to appear like you took it, but you still work out in my office. But if we have, well, one was still that they can fix those chairs, and if they can definitely fix those chairs, why don't we use that as like our private meeting, like our big meeting room?
We could do that. Well, I guess that's official
Let's do that.
then.
All right. So, but yeah, you're welcome to my office like normal anytime. But this will be quote unquote your office, but it's really our big meeting, the important VIP room, of client room kind of thing. Stupid
I
chairs.
just really,
I
I'm
wish
going
I
to
could
see
sit
if they
down. What?
can
I don't.
rearrange the furniture. I think,
Yeah.
I think if we could have maybe
Maybe they're just pushing too much.
four
And we, I
chairs,
don't
like
know.
5 chairs would be good, but maybe just different furniture.
Maybe.
No, this is great. I honestly can't
Yeah.
believe what has happened in the last few days. I
I
really
know it's
can't believe it.
it's crazy, isn't it? It's going so fast. I'm not even lying. And the craziest part is, it just makes me want to go and I want to go out there like and get more cases and more cases, but I don't want. I gotta be careful about that burnout.
Well, I mean, once we get this Stacey case closed, I mean, that'll
Yeah,
free up a
we're back to
slot, then we can go
one.
after another one.
Oh,
You don't
did
happen
you
to have any
ever
food, do you?
I have a burger, yeah, but I'm gonna need to grab some more myself. 1 second. Yep. Right.
Thanks.
There you go. Yep, no problem.
What were you saying?
Did you ever I might check. My inbox is getting a little crazy. I had to go through it and maybe throw away some old letters. Um, did you ever mail me the PO boxes of those of all of the 2 clients that wanted, or all the clients that wanted contract work?
No, I don't
'Cause I
think I
think we
did.
last. That's all right. We were focusing on today, anyways. Just let me, if you could do that, I appreciate it. I think I had one
Yeah.
of theirs, the one with the drag strip, but he didn't put his name on it, so I didn't put it together.
Oh, you
I
have
reached out
Cody's.
to them. Yeah, it's like I forget the letters on it.
You
I
need
forget it, but he didn't.
Arrow and you need Mr. Cade's. Actually, I literally went to go send a letter to Mr. Cade after we had our discussion earlier, and I realized I don't even
Okay.
have my friend's PO in my
Oh,
contacts.
did you run
So
into him so much?
I gotta run into him.
All right, no problem. But yeah,
So
I don't want. I want
will
those
work on
falling
that.
through because absolutely, because I do want to. I want to do some contracts. I think that'd be a fun thing to do. I got this
Yeah.
momentum. I want to start. I almost started hitting all of it, everything.
Well, remember, let's make sure we don't get too much workload where it's
No,
hard to manage.
well, I should. Well, I honestly, I don't feel like the contracts are gonna be too bad because it's just gonna be putting their names in and maybe a little corrections here. Those are like easy. Those are like easy money, if I'm being honest. Those are
Oh,
gonna
yeah.
be. Those are gonna be the. Those are gonna be the ones where we get little spending cash from, right?
I just meant like cases and cell reps and stuff, because was
Yeah.
something that dawned on me is
No.
I wanted to go down there and do some cell reps. I was thinking about it, doing it, by myself and see if I could make some deals. But inherently, my second thought is like, if I go down there, I got to be prepared to actually take a case to trial, because
Mm-hmm.
you never
I would
know.
help you with that. You know that.
So
I think you could do it. I
I'm
think we're ready.
hoping
I mean,
maybe the next time we do a cell rep, maybe I can
agreed.
have you with me, and we can
Sure.
do that.
That'd be nice. That'd be a nice change. You take the lead, and I'll just back you up. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it would be really good experience. Well, I guess I should do the official honors of putting my name on my door.
We've earned it. Aw. Actually, I'm gonna go see if Kelly's probably waiting for me. I just realized, so I'm gonna go. Well, I'm gonna go jogging with her for a bit, and then
Oh yeah, have some fun.
we're gonna be.
I'm really jealous
Yeah,
of the
I'm
people
gonna.
that make your nice name plaque. I wish I knew someone that could make one like that.
I can reach out to my person and get one for you.
I meant your placard on your door is
No,
nice.
I
I
know.
like how it says public defender and whatnot.
I can see how they what they do, and maybe you can take it to somebody else and have them make it for you.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe I'll have someone make me
Okay.
a placard.
I'll reach out to my guy.
All right. Well, have fun. Enjoy your time off. If you need anything, just send me a letter. You know where I am.
Yeah, same here.
Good work.
Congratulations on today. Good job. I appreciate
as
you.
well. Appreciate you too.
We're kicking fucking ass, man. We're kicking ass. This is getting fun. I mean, we're getting really lucky. He covers case law that directly is the key of our case. Holy shit. That's just dumb fucking luck.
But anyway, that's all.
Well, I mean that is a very important cornerstone,
I know.
just like
Callie.
a
Hi,
fitted
Callie.
suit to a lawyer.
Hello.
Yeah.
We're having
you
some
doing?
constitutional talk, some fun paperwork talk.
I bloody love it.
Easy,
Chief
Alfie.
Justice, I
Yes,
just have
ma'am.
a document to give you.
Yes.
The PI that you met earlier, he now does have some documentation to sort of state what he's able to do, terms and conditions, etc. So I'm going to give you a copy of this.
This
It's something that the sheriff has put in place with him. So sheriff's department will have a copy, you have a copy, and the PI will have a copy as well.
Oh,
You may need to, if you cannot see it, maybe put it away and bring it back out again.
No, I got it. I'm looking at
Oh,
it right now.
perfect. Okay, great.
I mean, what do you think? I was just looking at a document that I couldn't see any words on, and I was just going, "Oh yes, like nice."
Yeah, just
Well,
just
you are stubborn like that.
looking
You're
Just trying,
official.
turn
trying,
your hearing
trying to
aid
impress
down.
people around me. that, like, I can
Exactly.
read. Okay.
I mean, it's working, so you're fine.
Okay. I will look at this a little bit more in depth later.
Sure. If you have any questions or concerns with it, definitely speak with the sheriff. He's the one that put it together.
Sure. So he's the one who came up with these terms and conditions and all that fun stuff.
Correct. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah, I'll talk with him a little bit later. He may want to put this in front of a lawyer because it's a good start, is what I would say. So, but yeah, I accept the documentation as it stands. But I think there could be more added to that.
Okay, well, I can let him know that, and maybe we can organize a time for this to be worked on or something.
Sure. Let me give me some time to look this over.
Sure.
And then I may farm this out to either our prosecutor to kind of help work with the sheriff to get some more legal words or legal ease into this, because you've probably looked this over and it's like it's pretty broad.
It's okay. It's okay. Yeah, I mean, but I'm not. See, again, and this is where I look at this and I'm like, well, I wouldn't necessarily have something like this, but I may also be thinking of this a little bit differently, you know? So it's a learning curve for me too.
Okay. Yeah. So yeah, I mean, as it stands, I don't have any. There's no problem with it as it stands. I just think there's some parts where it's broad, and other parts where it's just like maybe too narrow.
Mhm.
So yeah, let me look it over first, and then I'll try to find somebody, an attorney, to work with you guys about this, and then we can kind of go from
Okay.
there.
Sounds great. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you for bringing. Constitution, all the paperwork, but folks, I'm actually
Never
gonna get
stops.
some rest. Yeah, it never stops. But I need to get some rest. I've been talking for too long. Again, thank you all for coming to the People's Justice. I appreciate that, and
Of
I'm
course.
hoping to do this more in the future.
You've putting it
Oh,
on.
I hope it was great.
Yeah, for everyone who showed up here,
Yeah, you're
everybody
welcome. I didn't show up.
who showed
Yep,
up,
yep.
everyone who showed
Good
up,
job. You
everyone,
did a great job. I'm sure it was great.
It was amazing.
I said great, but sure, I'm sure it was amazing too.
It was amazing, great and amazing. That's exactly right.
Greatly amazing.
I'm sure your state of the state will be great and
Amazingly
amazing.
Amazingly great.
Amazingly
He
great.
said fuck a lot.
I did say it far too often.
In the courtroom, you were just saying fuck a lot.
I was, and I did not hold myself in contempt.
Well,
Yeah, I imagine that you're probably going to say as much during your state of the state tomorrow.
I no, I have decorum and respect.
Oh, see, I was just making sure my
I'm just
First
kidding.
Amendment rights weren't
Maybe
trampled on.
I will. I don't know. It might slip. Actually, I don't know. To be honest.
Yeah, well, anyway, I look forward to it. 6 tomorrow. Yes.
Yeah, it should be 6.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Anyway,
good to know.
everybody, have a good evening. If you need anything, I will be around later or tomorrow. So have a good night, everyone.
Thank you.
Sounds great.
Good
Thank
night.
you.
You, Chief
Good
Justice.
night.
Good job
Well.
today.
I appreciate it. I'm glad you were there.
Yep.
Glad you were there.
Yep, it moved me.
To tears.
So anyway, let's turn this jazz up.
Okay, I will. Thank you very much. Sheriff, I need to speak to you.
I do need to step my fashion game up there and fix these. Go get another pair of shoes.
I'll come with you because I kind of want to pick out a new suit if that's all right.
Yeah, there you go. I am. Yeah, I will spend a lot of time there, more than I would like to admit.
Fine,
Nothing
whatever.
wrong with that.
Oh,
I knew
if
you'd
I
say
tag
that.
along, I
You'd
could use a
definitely
new
say that.
suit.
Come on, mate, might as well.
All right, see you guys later.
Bye.
Bye, take it
Bye.
easy. You still down to do a little jogging?
Oh, the mayor just showed up to tell me what I need to type for the poster.
Oh, you're busy. Okay, well, we could do it later or take a rain check.
Yeah, he wants to do a state of the state tomorrow at 6 because he didn't want to conflict with Uncle John's event tonight, so that's why he wanted to do it tomorrow. I don't think anyone should be doing
That makes
anything on a
sense.
Sunday, right?
Fair argument.
Hmm?
No, you have a point. All right.
Yep.
Well, that's all right. We can we take a rain check on that. That's no problem. I just
But the mayor did want to do like a city hall day where everyone gets together and they have this insane idea to go hiking, and I was just like, no, how about we all go jogging on the beach? So much more fun and safe. And there's a lot of food stores around and there's no mountain lions.
that's that last one very valid point. It's a
Mhm.
shame there's not like a miniature golf course in the city. That would be ideal. I love mini golf.
Yeah, mini golf would be so fun.
Oh, I think I'm hearing the yeah, bell alarm, I think.
You know, if I turn my head just right, I can't hear it. I can only hear jazz.
Oh, and then here's sirens though. Yep, I think that jewelry store is getting
And they
Huh?
just went over there.
figures. No, that's what happened last. That's what happened last time with Athena, and we were all worried about her.
It's like they
That's
time it
funny.
with the departure of a city hall worker, like somebody's coming out of city hall.
Maybe they do. Maybe they have someone like on a rooftop with binoculars and like the chief justice of that. They're gonna protect him instead. This is the time to at the bank or something. I bet you.
Oh my god, please don't say that's a real scenario. I might never leave the building.
What knows? Well, I guess well actually I'm getting a little hungry. I had to probably head over myself. But yeah, just let me know when you wanna do that. But I won't keep you any further on that poster. I'm looking forward to what it looks like when you're done.
Do you want to do it tomorrow after the State of the State? I want to try to see if I can go to the doctor's early, but if I have to go to the doctor's after State of the State, then no.
How about this? I'll give you a ride to the doctors, and then after determine how that goes, we'll go jogging after.
Oh yeah, and maybe I can show you where you get the bikes to rent, because I can ride one-handed.
There you go.
So
That's good. Yeah, sounds like an idea.
yep, it's a plan.
It's a plan. All right. Well, you have fun, and I'm glad you're doing better.
Yeah, thanks. Like I feel okay
Welcome.
around here and around Vespu. It's just people I don't know that really.
The familiar, yeah. Well, ideally, I'm not sure they're gonna tell you the same. The doctors, I assume, when more familiar, if I can say the word, familiarity, the better you feel overall. So I think that's what they'll probably be working towards. It's called dubbing AI.
Yeah, but then at the same time, I went somewhere that I didn't recognize, and I saw Victor.
Yeah, that's has some deeper meaning there, but that's for the brain doctors to figure out. That's above my pay grade.
That's awful. If I have to keep walking around unfamiliar places just to freak myself out into remembering something,
No, that would be. Well, hopefully you'll have. Well, we got plenty of friends, and we can get you back, and we can walk with you and make sure you're okay and all that stuff.
yeah. Hopefully there'll be somebody up for a walking trip.
All the hamburgers everyone eats, we all get to do a little bit more walking, right?
Oh, I walk every day. But for those that drive cars, yeah, a little bit more walking would actually be a good thing.
Yeah, that's why I started jogging today. I haven't jogged since I've been in the city, and I'm like, the skirt's feeling a little tighter. I'm not gonna lie, and I got self-conscious. So
Really, jogging feels so good. And then they have all these cute
It
little
does.
workout outfits. You need to look for the shorts or
Oh,
the
you need to
spandex
see
that
mine.
are
Mine is
on the
pretty
shirts
cute.
rack. They have these very cute. Like, don't look in the pants rack. Look in the shirts rack. I think it's because they're high waisted.
No, I know
so
what
they
you
tag them
mean.
different. Yeah.
No, I know exactly what you mean. I got a pretty cute outfit picked out. I'll show you when we go out. I think you like it. Anyways, I'm gonna head out and grab something to eat. So said hamburgers and maybe walk it off.
Okay.
All right. I'll see you around,
Bye.
Kelly. Bye. God, that is so Tyler being awkward. Or Amber's supposed to be a fucking like a badass chick on that, but if it's hard, I'm bad at that. I gotta learn to fake confidence, you know? But yeah, it's called dubbing AI. I actually a friend and I met on Ranch Roleplay used it, and I thought the same thing. I'm like, wow, that's amazing. I was like half convinced. He's an adult man, but I literally thought he was like maybe an 8-year-old kid role playing, because he played a female character, but someone had that 18. It was so funny. And he's like, no, and then I got to hear his real voice. Or he'd do another like an older character and more with his like regular voice, just modulated. I'm like, holy shit. Okay, what is your voice mod? So, yeah. Oh. And now I will say this: it looks a little sketchy at first, like the website. It's I think it's the maker from the programs from China. So it's a little, yeah, I get a little bit of a, but it's I believe it's legit. Ooh. Oh no. Oh no.
Hey, ma'am.
Oh,
For some
sorry.
reason, my
Is everything
commander
okay?
asked you to take her to the hospital.
Oh, take her to the hospital?
Yeah. Are you able to do that?
Oh, absolutely. Yes. Where's she at?
Thank. Oh, wait.
Oh, I'm so
There we
sorry.
go.
I
We
didn't.
got
I
it. We
didn't.
got it. No, it's okay. Thank you, ma'am.
I'm so sorry. I didn't know something was.
It's complete.
Okay. Wait. Did you still? I am so confused. I don't think that was coming over the voice modulator. I was playing what's that show? The blackout screen. Yeah. Okay. Enough lawyer themes. You know I love Daredevil. But yeah, it's pretty good voice chat. So it basically just takes a bunch of voice of a bunch of different characters. It's funny. The character, Amber's voice is actually oh, it is. What's her name from WoW? Blood Elf Rogue. One second. Sorry. Oh, Valeria. Valera. Yeah. But yeah. I almost said female. I almost said female V for her, but it was too recognizable. It was a little too tomboyish too, but I'm actually thinking of doing a character, a southern character, a female character with Ash's voice from Overwatch. Cause I could do a southern accent a little bit, that generic one. A little bit, because I did the Little Ranch for a long time and I had to, do that. Little southern draw. Not in the pun authentic, but I'm not gonna full texting or anything. But I kind of it sounds so good with a voice modulator. So I just want to make a character so I can just use that voice. It's a fun little thing. It's really neat, and it doesn't go all haywire. It does a little bit. And I think that's why sometimes people have a hard time hearing me. I just need to slow down because I speak fast this normally. It doesn't like it when I speak fast, so I just need to kind of slow down and enunciate. I'm not whatever. I'm tired. But anyways, yeah, it's a cool thing, and like I've heard other people use it with what success, and I didn't even realize it, and so yeah, I'm just getting used to it. And then when I go to Tommy, I just do a voice mod and just lower my voice, a smidget. But yeah, it's really cool. As you know.
when my voice sounds like this, just go.
Boom. Yeah. Anyways, Emperors. What are you doing? Emperor's it's more closer to my real life. Not good. 'Cause I don't have a figure. Look at that. And also, I think what's helping it is they have an option on this voice changer that's pro, and I think it's still a little bit experimental. It's supposed to help pick up singing better and, match it. Which I realize I don't have around right now. God damn it, what happened to my back of my car? Why does this happen? God damn it. I'm gonna have to get it fixed now. But I think it's still experimental, and I think when I click that on, it's the benefits do not outweigh the shortcomings. So I turn it off for now. Because if you do singing and stuff or humming, you'll still do it monotone a little bit. They probably did it when I was doing it earlier because I didn't realize I had it off. So that's not good. You still gotta avoid some things so you don't make it a blatant AI voice. Though. Man, today's been a good day. Today's been a solid good day, man. So happy. I think I was hitting it. I made her a new outfit. What's her new outfit? Oh. Oh, please.
Hello.
Hello,
How are
officer.
you?
Oops. Very good. Had to
Oh,
hold that up
hi,
for you.
Amber.
Oh, hi.
That's Chaser, right?
Yes.
Sadie.
Sadie, right?
Morrow.
Yes. Same. How you doing?
Good to see you.
Good to see you. Having a...
Just so you're
Oh, go ahead.
aware, there is a group of 3 individuals roaming around looking for hostages.
Oh, boy. All right. I do appreciate you letting me know. Yeah.
Yep. Be careful.
Yep, I will. Do you know what vehicle type of vehicle they're driving?
No, they've switched vehicles multiple times now.
Of course. All right. Good to know.
Okay. If you need help, try to get to a phone. Call 911. You know the drill.
I do.
Okay, gotta go.
Okay, you stay safe out there. Appreciate y'all the warning. Be safe. Oh, same. I role played with her a lot of freestyle, where she played a cop there as well. My character of that server was Tyrell Mathers. He was a Southsider. The mechanic in early life of the server, one of the celebrities, or a little bit of the celebrities on the server, but he had a fall from grace, unfortunately. And yeah, she pulled it over a couple times for speeding. He was a tough cop. She was one of the cops that didn't let him go. He would actually write him a ticket. Kept him honest. This is good. I would talk out so many tickets. Um,
Hey, nice ride.
I say I probably should reach out to Bryce. He's okay. Oh, I know what outfit I was in. I made him. Okay, I'll switch his outfit actually. Not in the south side though. Hell no. And yet he was he ran Tire Nuts in 1995.
Dick sucker.
What cute.
So what's your name?
Oh, my name's Newgate. What about you?
Tucker.
Tucker, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you, man. Newgate?
Yeah, Newgate.
Oh, so it's like a nickname and shit. Okay.
Yeah, people just call me Gate, so.
Oh, okay. Cool.
Hello, or either you macaques?
What's up? Sorry?
Are either you macaques?
No. We're waiting for a
No.
mechanic.
Oh. Oh, D. Oh, he's right there.
Well,
Oh.
I'll probably head down to the post office. Try to figure out what's going on, you know?
Yeah.
Get you all around.
Hope you have a nice time.
Appreciate it.
Tommy, you know if there's a mechanic in city? That's true.
Oh, well, I didn't see the sign. All right. Thank you very
Try
much.
calling him again.
You two be safe. Oh, he's calling. Okay. I was just gonna say, if you're leaving, be safe. An officer let me know there's 3 individuals going around trying to kidnap people.
What?
I say you. I'm sorry, I could hear you before.
You said there was 3 individuals going around doing what?
Oh, I think sounds traveling weird. They're going around trying to kidnap people.
Oh,
Okay then.
kidnap people.
Yeah,
It's
that's what
okay.
the officer said.
I personally think I'll be fine.
All right, fair enough. Just thought you let me know.
Tommy, I don't think they're gonna take you.
Maybe.
All right, gentlemen. Well, I'll stop by later to see if there's a mechanic.
All right.
You two have a good day.
You too.
Would it be power gaming if I left Amber's car with a note and got on Tommy? Yes. The money in the glove box? Yeah, that's totally like she would do in real life, huh? If I'm gonna make a left turn, maybe you should. Guess when a closed store is that popular. I know the one on Vinewood is they're gonna check that out. Oh. Probably it's Rickey Beach would be the one. Maybe I'll go on Tommy. I mean, actually, you know what? That might not be a bad idea. I think I'll go have some lunch real quick, guys. I'll take a break and come back. And we'll go on Tommy for the rest of the day. And, I mean, Amber's been blowing it out of the water, honestly, so I had a good day. Oh, I still haven't made that goddamn letter. Okay, I'll make the letter to Rickey Stacey here. Stacey Rickey. Rickey Stacey. And, then do that. I'm gonna probably park up at the City Hall. If you wanna conduct me on City Hall, go for it. specific. Maybe- Okay, everyone, I am going to take a quick break to make myself some lunch. And then, oh, actually, it's closer to dinner time, actually. Yeah, make myself some dinner, and then I might be switching over um, to Tommy to do some mechanical stuff, because it's, okay, so I will be right back. All right, I'll be back. I made a mistake. I realized I need to get rehired, so I can't go on dummy unless someone's already working there. Oh, yeah, Kelly. Just want to let you know, and officer approached me while I was at Benco, and they informed me that there are 3 individuals going around looking to kidnap people. So be careful going out around alone.
Okay. I think I'm done with my work for the day. Like in this neighborhood?
I don't blame you. I would know it's more towards. I was at the Benco near Vespucci, but
Near Vespucci?
mhm.
Wait, I can't. What'd you say?
Yes, near Vespucci.
Oh,
The Benco over there. Well, it's kind of like between Vespucci and Soul Town.
where's there a bingo? I know that there's a suburban.
It would be
Yeah, I'm not seeing it.
Palomino was on the map, but there is one there. Palomino in South Rockford. That's where I met the officer.
Oh, okay. I don't think I work over there. So hopefully I'll be okay, but I just won't hang around. Thanks.
Evening, folks. How you doing?
Yeah, of course. Very
Hey,
good. How are
everyone.
you?
Be careful around Vespucci. She said that police officers informed her that there's 3 masked people running around trying to kidnap people.
I'd
Oh,
definitely
no.
not go that route.
Damn it. Why does everything have to bad happen after it happened in my home city?
When I finished the flyers.
We did.
So for a nice drive up north, we did.
Nice suit. Shooting.
Hey, Bryce.
Hey.
Do you have a car?
Yes, I do. Need a ride?
Yeah, the mayor wants me to let the. God. I know her name's Fanny. I have to let her know that he wants to meet with her between 2 and 4.
I really want to go on Tommy. Maybe I'll just chill on him until. You know what? Maybe I'll end this. How long was this stream then? Well, it's been a 5. I did almost 6-hour stream. I think it's been a good size stream. Yeah, maybe I'll just wait for a mechanic up at Mirror Park.
What's
wrong with the world? Oh, whoops. I
Oh,
didn't mean to
did you
do that.
honk goodbye and the valet took your car?
Yeah. No, absolutely not. I did not do that. No, that
Oh,
would
of
be
course not. Well,
embarrassing.
you can have the honors.
Go ahead.
Money
I'll
for
go
cat
second.
food.
Sorry, I had no cash on me.
This car is so popular. Everyone owns it.
Bye, Amber.
How many 4 doors?
Bye, Amber.
Bye, too. I've done that a couple times, actually.
¡Qué chingado!
They want to cut in line.
would you do? I hope gives him herpes.
Hi, Dream.
I don't know if my,
This would be one.
Yes, I am man. He just ran over the cat.
Hey, Holmes.
Oh, how's it going?
Oh, I can't hear you. I think you have something in your
Uh,
throat.
Sorry, I said, how's it going?
Oh, yeah, pretty good, pretty good. I'm assuming you're here for a repair?
Oh, yes. Yes, I went to the roller to get some food. I came out and most of my windows were bashed out.
Yeah, well, real quick about the inside, that oil filter is looking, so almost due time. I'll say it has around like 58%, miles left on it. So I don't know if you want to get that changed out now or because I recommend it. It's
We
pretty
can go
well.
any. Let's go ahead and just get it changed out then.
Just the windows, you said? Or
Yes. Oh, no, the windows and if you
oh,
recommend
and
the
the
oil.
okay, okay. I'm just confirming.
Yeah, no.
All right, let me just do some calculations real quick.
Yeah, no, if our guys, like, obviously, I think we know who most of our guys are. If any of our guys do anything, let me or Tommy know. And we'll get them sorted real quick. Yeah, like we yeah, no, we don't like to cause trouble at you guys' shop. You guys are over here fixing cars and stuff. We're not trying to cause any trouble.
All right, that's gonna
Obviously,
come out
like,
to $209.
depends if people cause trouble
Do you
towards
want
Alright.
to
us.
pay cash or you want me to bill you?
Like, we won't. We
Bill
won't
me,
bring
please.
trouble.
All righty.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. You got my word. We'll make sure we don't do anything improper. We'll make sure it's off the property. If any of
All right.
any of
All
our
right,
guys
perfect.
do
I'll
There
get
you
that
go.
started for you.
let me know. Because
I appreciate it.
yeah, I'll get this out.
Yeah, if you want to pull it in. All right. What do you need? Is it just cosmetic work, or is it any other? Oh, wait a second. I see it's smoked out. Oh, I see. Okay. Yeah, you have one of those problems. Holy shit! Are you ever?
Trying to get out of it. Amber and get
What'd
back
you
on
do?
Tommy before he goes. He can sign me back on. Ooh.
Shit.
Hey, Tommy. Where's Newgate at?
Oh.
Cool.
Yeah.
Yep, I'm just doing the filter now, and then you know.
Uh-huh. Chat it.
Let's see if it runs after the filter. Yep, should be good.
All right. Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Yeah, have a good one.
You too. Before I go, here's a tip for you.
Oh, appreciate it.
No problem. Appreciate the work.
Take care.
You too. I need to get in Tommy if it's possible. This is a park day over here, I think. And then it's over. Everything's happening at the Crows. All right. Let's see here.
that H thing went.
Thought it was somewhere on the Sonora Freeway.
Oh shit. Yeah. Hmm. Well, looking, I'm gonna have to grab the other car because that one's getting all fucked up.
Yeah, yeah. How's it going? You may need to take a throat lozenge there. I think there's something going on with your. Try again? Nope, still nothing.